Okay, I'd like to call the meeting to order. Can I have roll call, please?
Rodriguez, present. Newton,
Present.
Green,
Here.
Fragoso. Kierline,
Here.
Gonzalez Parber. Here. Chair Swift.
Here.
Is anybody?
Okay, can I have approval of the agenda or any changes to the agenda?
I'll move to approve the agenda as presented. I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, I'm going to read the meeting protocol. The chair shall maintain order at the meetings in accordance with Robert's Rules of Order, and the commission has the responsibility to be a model of respectful behavior in order to encourage community participation and citizen input at commission meetings. The commission and the audience are expected to refrain from using profane language and/or ridiculing the character or motive of commission members, staff, or members of the public, and to maintain the standards of tolerance and civility. Okay, and we're going to start with public comments on non-agenda items. And anyone wishing to address the commission on matters not on the agenda but within the jurisdiction of the commission may do so now. And you'd come up, please state the matter on which you wish to speak. Matters not appearing on the commission's agenda will not receive action at this meeting but may be referred to staff for a future meeting. Presentations will be limited to 3 minutes or as otherwise established by the commission chair. Persons are not required to give their name or address, but it is helpful for speakers to state their name for the record and whether or not they are a Fairfax resident in order that the recording secretary may identify them. And before we start, I wanted to make a comment. We have in town a tree advisory committee, which is responsible for reviewing tree removal alteration applications. They do that at a public hearing, and they make recommendations to the Director of Planning and Building Services to grant or deny a permit. They also review applications that come before the Planning Commission that have tree removal or alterations within the plans. So it's an important advisory committee in our town, and it's a 5-member advisory committee, and right now we have only 3 members on that. We have 2 vacancies, so I'm just putting that out there to the members of the audience and the people listening. Anyone that is interested in being part of this tree advisory committee can inquire at Town Hall for an application. Laura has been on the tree advisory committee for several years, and is there anything you want to add to the work of the tree committee?
Yes, we are. We need new members to help join the committee right now. Most people say, "Oh, I don't know anything about trees," but really, you just need good judgment and. All the applicants for the property owners who want the trees removed are responsible for providing the documents you need to make a decision, such as arborist reports and site plans. So anyway, you don't have to have any special forestry or landscaping type of knowledge. Just a willing to, help and volunteer your town. And so anyway, we would appreciate if anyone's interested to make an application at Town Hall.
Thanks. Okay.
Lou Tremaine, 1790 Sir Francis Drake here in town. I have a request about the agenda. Both Lynette and I are suffering from the flu at the moment, and we request that you move your discussion of the cannabis issue, or at least any decision from tonight's agenda, so that we can be at next month's meeting and be able to address you. But she's bedridden right now, and I should be. So anyway, that's my request.
Thank you. We've already approved the agenda. I don't think I think this will be a continuing item, so we'll go ahead and keep it on the agenda as it's identified. Anyone else?
Hi, Pam Miggs, 310 Cypress, Fairfax. I have a request, but I know you're really busy with so much, but on the fence ordinance, I'm seeing neighbors doing odd things, and I'm worried about the fire issue. So I'm wondering if you could even talk about, or maybe I can talk to Linda or Ben about the potential of people who don't use traditional like wire and wood. They use fabric or some of these weird fake leaves things, and I think they're highly flammable. So I wanted to throw that out there.
Okay, thank you. Maybe that's something you could address with planning to see what the current. Anyone else? Okay, so I'm going to close public comments on non-agenda items. And we don't have anything on the consent calendar, so we're going to go to our first item, our first public hearing item, and that's 308 Cascade Drive, application 1901.
Madam Chair, if I might interject very quickly here. I just wanted to introduce to the commission and to the audience our newest addition to town staff. Kara Spencer has just joined. She's the new assistant planner working in our department. She follows an exhaustive recruitment and selection process, and we're delighted to have her on board. So feel free to Q&A with her anytime. I've asked her to stick around for the first item just to get a sense of how things are going, but she'll be working on a part-time basis going forward from here. So I welcome her. And
Thank you and welcome. And you'll be working mornings normally? All right, great, thanks.
Okay, so, can you hear me? All right, I'm not used to these new mics yet. Okay, so this project was continued from the January 18th, 2019 meeting where the Planning Commission directed the applicants to work with the neighbors at 302 Cascade who had concerns about the project. To address those concerns, the project is legalization of a small accessory structure that the applicants would like to use as extended living space for their small house. And the commission asked the applicants to consider making the following changes: to relocate or reorient the structure out of the required rear 12-foot yard setback, to reorient the building so that the front wall of windows does not face 302 Scenic Road, and to install some type of window treatments to avoid light trespass from the building at night. The use of dark sky light fixtures for any lighting on the exterior of the accessory structure or along the access pathway. So the applicants have made contact with their neighbors, and they have redesigned the project. They've relocated it so that it now complies with the required 12-foot rear yard setback, so the project no longer requires the approval of a setback variance. They've spun the structure so that the wall of windows now points to the west, away from the house at 302 Cascade. So the sides of the building that face 302 Cascade have no openings or windows, and the height of the eave facing 302 Cascade has been lowered several feet. So the project requires a use permit because the parcel doesn't meet the minimum size and width requirements based on its slope, but it's a relatively large parcel. The structure now meets all the required setbacks. And so we believe the findings can be made to approve the use permit for the structure, and we're recommending that you approve application 1901 based on the revised drawings received by the town on February 11th, 2019, by adopting resolution number, and this is a correction to the staff report, it's resolution 2019-01, not 02.
Was the application we had in January,
That was the first resolution of the year.
and that was 2019-01? So this one is,
I checked in the folder, it's listed 308 as 2019-01 in our logbook. So you think we made an error on one of our January staff reports, maybe?
I have the one attached to this staff report,
And what
which
number does
you
it have?
have attached to the January 17th staff report. I noticed that it was missing page 2,
And it's 2.
but it's,
Boy, I looked right in the logbook. I think the January 17th number is wrong because we do them in order, and 308 is listed as 2019-01, so that must have been an error in January as well. That's all I can say.
but I guess my question was the application on Cascade, on 408 Cascade?
Do you remember, yours was after mine, wasn't it?
In terms of the application.
Yours came in 2017, correct?
That
His
application was logged in well before
So his must have been a
this project.
his must have been a 2017 resolution
So
number.
maybe point of order to the
2018.
chair?
2018, yeah.
Maybe point of order to the chair. I think we could make a decision on the project without knowing the specific resolution number by referring either to the assessor parcel number or the address and making the final decision, and staff can figure out the resolution number at their discretion.
Yeah, so that was one correction. Then I also wanted to suggest an additional condition, which one of the commissioners reminded me we usually require on these accessory structures that are going to have electrical, and that is that they record a deed restriction stating that the structure will not be used as a separate dwelling unit unless they go through a process to legally convert it to an accessory dwelling unit. So we would like to add that as condition 18. And that would conclude our report.
And then just since we were talking about the reso with the number, it also, the title also has no electrical.
Oh, yes, thank you. Yes, we want to take that no out of the,
Well, while you're on the title, it still says and rear setback variance as well, so apparently they don't need a setback variance anymore?
no, we should cross that out, too. I
Okay.
could have sworn I took all
Terrific.
this stuff out, but it's been nuts. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, so it should read, a resolution of the Fairfax Planning Commission approving a conditional use permit to legalize a 120-square-foot accessory structure with electrical at 308 Scenic Road.
Cascade.
I'm sorry, 308. It does say scenic, so we need to change that, too, Cascade Drive. Okay.
But through the chair, Linda, you mentioned that they would sign a deed restriction, that it would not be a living unit unless it applied for a legal conversion. Would it be, would they be able to legalize it as a second unit? Why do we say that then?
It's standard language in our deed restrictions, because we don't judge ahead of time that they might not be able to make modifications to make it comply to the ADU ordinance, and it's been something that the citizens have requested. It really doesn't make any difference. You could take it out if you wanted to, because we can always revoke these deed restrictions. If someone decides to convert it to something else, we can revoke it. So if you feel
It's not the deed restriction I have a problem with, it's...
the language.
The language that appears to allow them to come back and turn it into a legal unit,
Yeah.
which you're saying is not possible.
I don't know that it's not possible. I haven't reviewed it for compliance with that ordinance. Yeah.
Yeah, the intention of that language is simply put future buyers on notice that there's a process that they would have, they cannot convert it without going through a process. So we do tend to get some conversions, and so this applies constructive notice to any future buyer that they would have to go through a process. In point of fact, at a current size, it couldn't be converted anyway.
So any questions on the commissioners on my right?
Just in the Ross Valley Fire Department number 7 condition, they seem to say a fire sprinkler system installed throughout the entire building. Do they mean just the shed?
Yes, they
Kind of
do.
the words entire building,
I
you know,
know.
they could, okay, thanks.
They have, they're covering the Ross Valley, and they do a lot of these, a lot of it's boilerplate, so.
I just have a question about the plans, and so I'm referring to the revised plans of February 11th, and looking at page 2 at the bottom. In the center, bottom center and on the bottom left, it appears to show on the right sides that there is no glass there, but that the doors themselves have glass. But then when you look at, where is it? I guess that's more but then when you look at the photograph before as seen at 308 Cascade, there appears to be glass on both sides and at the top. So it's all a glass face now?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and
Thank you.
I think they're trying to show that by the color version above the one you're looking at. And also in the drawings on, I guess that's the 4th page, it shows that there's glass. Yeah.
Any questions from commissioners on my left? Does the applicant want to make any comments?
Hello, my name is Hope Johnson. I live at 308 Cascade Drive with my husband, Enrique Aguirre. Thank you for reviewing our revised proposal. So as Linda explains, we have revised our design to comply with the rear setback. So we're pushing the structure away from the rear property line by 2 feet. Just note that because we're on a slope, that's actually dropping the overall height of the structure approximately 2 feet. And also, because the structure is going to be rotated 90 degrees, the downward slope now faces toward our neighbor at 302 Cascade Drive. So rotating and pulling it further away from that rear line is basically reducing the amount that's going to be visible to our neighbor at 302. Additionally, at the last meeting, we discussed potentially installing some screening plants between the structure and our neighbor at 302. We realized because of their discussion at the last meeting that wasn't going to fully address their privacy concerns. So at that point, we decided to rotate the structure 90 degrees. So it now faces completely in towards our property and towards the west. Our neighbor to the west at 312 has no view of the structure. So we've spoken with them and they have no concerns about this structure. Additionally, we've had some discussions with our neighbor at 31 Pine to the north. She's come over a couple times and discussed with us the project. Her only concern is the potential for sun or moon to kind of bounce off the glass doors and windows. And so you can see in our plan, we're including on the uphill side, we're including a little trellis, which we'll cover with some plants, and that should block the reflection that she's concerned about, and she was happy with that addition. So as we mentioned, the 90-degree rotation should bring the glass walls and windows completely away from our neighbors at 302, so it will no longer be that side will no longer be visible to them. We believe this fully addresses the privacy concerns And the last item, the lighting. Our original design includes shielded sconces that point downward. They're dark sky compliant. Additionally, we've already included in our interior design some curtains that go on the inside, and that would minimize the amount of light that's escaping the structure. Anything else you want to know? No? Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to open it up to public comment on this application. Does anyone wish to come and speak?
Good evening. A couple questions that we have on this, besides the privacy issue we had was...
Hi, can you
Oh,
provide
I'm
your
sorry,
name?
we're
That's
from
all right.
302 Cascade. Besides the privacy issue is the sort of overbearing building next door to us. And with the turning of it and the slope change, and first we hear it's only a 1-foot drop, now we're hearing it's a several foot drop, now we're hearing it's only a 2-foot drop. So I'd really like some clarification of what is the drop, because it does, by moving it, brings it closer to our house this way, not closer to the fence this way. The other issue that was brought up is that they couldn't move it to the other side for instability of the soil. So that brings a concern, that is there instability on that side, and has that been engineered? Because if that slides on that side, that falls into our yard.
That's true. The major problem here is when they pivot the house the way they're talking, or the structure the way they're talking about, we're now going to see 2 sides of the structure, not just one. The glass was a problem, but now it's 2 sides. The slope from that structure to our backyard is roughly a 50% slope. It's very steep. So their structure, as it sits now, sits above our 6-foot fence between our properties. And so all we can see is the structure. By moving it maybe 1 foot doesn't address the
Excuse
problem.
me, can you speak into the mic?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
It doesn't address the problem that it's still very imposing in our backyard. Our neighbors to the other side, 294, have a structure in their backyard that was permitted before we bought our house. That structure is, I believe, not compliant to the setback, but that's already been decided. And I have to note, that house is owned by a current city council member. So we asked them to move this current structure to the other side of the property so we don't have to see 2 structures overlooking our backyard, because that's what effectively we have now. They came back with they can't do that because a sewer lateral runs down their property line or through that section. It actually is on the property line. The other thing is they said a garden could be happening there. There's tons of oak trees and bay trees there. There's no way they're going to be able to have a garden there. We have the same situation. And we find it's very disturbing that they can just pivot this thing and it's all okay. Pretty much it. Lastly, my main concern is, what's this going to do to my property value? Now you walk out our back door, there's 2 structures overlooking our backyard. That's a problem. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Staff, do you want to address or can you address the soil stability piece, and then also the height, if you have a height?
I don't believe the applicants ever used the argument about soil stability. That wasn't an issue. They have piers that go down. That's not an issue. The reasons used is that there is one small area that has light, and that you can go out there and you can see where it's terraced. It has been used for planting over by the sewer line. And I just want to remind the commission that the minimum side yard setback is 5 feet. This is 19 feet from the property line between 302 Cascade and 308 Cascade. So Soil stability was never an issue. There's rock there and right below it, it's fine.
Well, was soil stability an issue for them moving it to the other side of their property?
No, it's just that that's the only area of the yard that really gets sun. And there's a sewer line that comes down from 31 Pine through that area.
Okay, thanks.
Anyone else? Any other?
Yeah, I wanted to add another comment because a suggestion that I was going to include.
We're not, yeah, let's continue
No,
with.
well, no, I mean, to add to the question you asked to Linda, that it should be reviewed by the building department, and the building official would then decide if the foundation was adequate or not for the structure.
Correct. I mean, yes, there doesn't appear to be any soils instability out there, but that gets double-checked again at the building permit stage, yeah.
Any other public comment on this application? Okay, then I'll bring it back to the commission for discussion. On my right? Mimi?
Well,
About the stability of the soil on that side. We have an email from the neighbors that say, the space on the west side is much more limited by the trees. There's really not enough space to fit it in between the trees, the setbacks and the sewer lateral from Pine. Additionally, that area has been used as a growing garden, so the slope is less stable on that side with looser soil and a lot more water draining down that side.
Okay, thank you. We've closed public comment. Thanks. Left?
okay. I was just going to say, or reiterate what Laura and Linda were saying, that if there is a soil stability issue, it will be addressed. So I don't think that's what we're reviewing here today. I do appreciate that the applicant rotated the building. I think if we are within the setbacks, which we are, and they actually took the extra step to, to stay out of the setbacks, I don't have a problem with the revisions in the application, and I could support this. I think there's enough screening with the oaks, and definitely the glazing. I think the issue was privacy, and the glazing now is facing 90 degrees, to the, I guess it would be to the west. So I'm okay with this.
Yeah, I don't have I agree with Esther's comment, and I just would, I was going to suggest even before that I don't think it's clear in the resolution about the foundation needs to be submitted for review by the and approved by the building department. So I'd like to add that, or perhaps we can edit item number 2 to include language to that effect. And I also noticed that there were the date is not correct in the resolution. It should be 2019 and not 2010. But for the most part, yeah, the applicant is meeting the zoning regulations, and I understand the concerns of the neighbor, so I don't know if there's something, I don't know, other suggestions we have to mitigate their concerns, but as far as zoning regulations, they are meeting the requirements.
Linda, I think the 2010 is in the third whereas clause. It says the revised plans.
It's also on page 2, the first whereas.
Norma? Comments or? No. Am I right?
Well, I too want to thank the applicants for pulling the building back into the out of the setback. I think that's great. Thank you. And rotating it to eliminate the privacy issue that was a main issue back then, last month, So thank you for that, and I feel the same. I could approve this application.
Yeah, I don't have anything beyond the comments of my fellow commissioners. I'm definitely concerned by the comments from the neighbors at 302 Cascade. No, yeah, 302 Cascade. But at the same time, I think given the overall nature of the application and the efforts that the applicants have gone through, I would also support it.
I agree with my fellow commissioners. I would be adding a use limitation on condition 1. This use permit originally had 2 parts to it. One was a use permit for use that was related to her yoga and meditation, and art. So I think we should add that to condition 1. An additional,
I'm sorry, can you tell me what page and?
I'm recommending that the resolution be modified for resolution 2019-00, whatever the staff recommends, that the introduction, delete, rear setback variance, that the address relate to 308 Cascade Drive, that the third whereas refer to 21119, referring to page 2 under whereas, number 1 would relate to 2019, would include the approval of the uses of a yoga studio, meditation, and art, and that condition 2 be expanded to include the check on the foundation and soil stability as well as the maximum height, and that we add the staff added condition regarding no electrical, that there be a deed restriction on that, and those were the additions I had.
It was requiring a deed restriction because they were proposing electrical. Yeah, and the fire sprinklers.
Right, and just to be clear, the title would take out the no electrical.
Yeah, that
So it
was-
would say with electrical in the title.
I concur. I can approve this project. I did have a question, though, on Commissioner Rodriguez's setting of identifying the uses for this in the resolution, and does that impact any limitations or have any concerns if the use were to change for some reason?
You know, when we process these things, it's just, is it a storage shed or is it going to be used for living space? You haven't historically restricted the living space uses to certain things, and I think it would be very difficult for staff to enforce it because especially with curtains, there would be no way for us to really know if they were restricting their uses to that.
And so maybe a point would be that we would restrict it, somehow clarify that this is not an approved second unit, and then I'm happy with that, that it's an accessory dwelling.
It's living space accessory to the main unit, only to be used by residents of the main house, something like that.
We had agreed, I thought earlier, discussed adding a condition that it will not be used as an accessory dwelling unit.
You did. That's
With the
good.
deed restriction
is going to
as
state that.
condition number 18, so that would, I think, address that, right?
Yeah,
All right.
that should clarify that point. Now, I also, in deference to you, Commissioner Rodriguez, is not necessarily, should we specify, then if we said yoga studio, then I'd be concerned, do they also need a business permit? A yoga studio to me is like a business, and it ought to be on Bolinas or something, and, so I think maybe not say those things. Okay, thanks.
So does somebody have a motion?
I move to approve with the changes mentioned. 308 Cascade Drive, Assessors Parcel 003-12129, Use Permit Application 19-01.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So I'm going to vote no because I don't know what the motion was.
Can I have a restatement of the motion?
Okay, so I move to approve application 19-01 for the accessory structure for use as living space or accessory to the main house with all the modifications stated before.
Okay, so those being in the whereas number 1, that we're just going to leave that, but say the 2019. In whereas number 2, we're going to add that the building official will also check soil stability and foundation function or something like that. Would that work? And then in new condition 18 would be a deed restriction to not use the building as a accessory dwelling unit.
And that isn't whereas number 1, it's the whereas on page 2. In the title, the changes to remove the language and rear setback variance, take out the word no, change scenic to Cascade, and then in the third whereas clause, change the date to 2019 as well.
All that's acceptable to me.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. And there is a appeal process. It's a 10 business day window for filing appeals, and there's a $500 fee for that. Thank you. Okay, our next application is 200 Toyon Drive, application 1903. Can we have a staff report, please?
Yes. Okay, so, bear with me. The proposed project consists of the following: construction of a 2-story, 33-foot, 8-inch tall, 2,750 square foot residential structure with 1,296 square feet of area on the upper floor and 1,454 square feet on the lower floor. A 597 square foot 2-car garage, which is attached, and 1,724 square feet of deck area. The project also includes construction of a 35-foot-long, 25-foot-wide extension of the Toyon Road right-of-way. A fire truck turnaround area will be created at the existing terminus of Toyon Road by widening the area downslope through the construction of a 4-foot retaining wall in the right-of-way. 2 public parking spaces and an access path will be developed to connect with the existing public path to the Marin County open space land located southwest of the site. The total proposed project grading consists of 323 cubic yards of cut and 36 cubic yards of fill for a net off-haul of 287 cubic yards. The retaining walls for the roadway extension, fire truck turnaround, public parking area, and public access path connecting to open space would vary in height from approximately 1 foot to no taller than 7 feet, and would be located on both sides of the roadway, the parking, and the open space access path. The proposed residential structure would contain 4 bedrooms, 3.5 bathrooms, dining room, living room, kitchen, and an expanded hallway with a laundry closet. We wanted to talk about the previous submittal that was denied by the Planning Commission in 2017. So I'm just going to start up my slides if I can. They're not slides, but- So we put up here the square footage of the house that was denied in 2017, the deck area, the roadway.
Give a mic.
Is that one of the sheets you handed out or something?
Yes, you have paper copies. Can you hear me? Okay, all right, that's better. Yeah, so the first line is the 2017 proposal that the Planning Commission denied. That house was proposed at 4,463 square feet with 2,285 square feet of deck, and it was going to require a 459-foot roadway extension of Toyon Road. The excavation amounts were going to be 1,615 cubic yards of cut, 856 cubic yards of fill, and an off-haul of 759 cubic yards of material. 102 trees were going to have to be removed, 33 bay trees, 26 oak trees, and 43 madrone trees. The retaining walls ranged in height for the driveway and for the house itself from 2.4 feet to 17 feet in height. And the floor area ratio for that house was well below what's permitted by the town code. The town code allows a floor area ratio of 0.4, and since the site is a 10.9 acre site, 40% is pretty large. So what they're proposing now is a much more modest project. The house is 2,750 square feet with 1,724 square feet of deck. And that might sound like a lot of deck, but it's such a steep site that that's really going to be their only usable outdoor space. It's going to be very difficult to use anything around the house. It's quite steep. The roadway is only being extended 35 feet, and that's basically just to get them out of their required setbacks and provide access to their garage. The amount of excavation is 323 cubic yards, but remember that's the driveway and the piers for the house and any supply lines to get the water and the sewer to the house. That all is included in the excavation. And 36 cubic yards of fill with an off-haul of 287 cubic yards, so it's come down quite a bit. It's also only going to require the removal of 26 trees, 23 bays, and 3 oaks. The retaining walls range in height from 1 to 7 feet, and the areas that are going to be up to 7 feet are not very long. It's a floor area ratio of 0.006, so it's well below what's allowed. And the other house was going to require a huge swath of trees to be removed, and it was set in the center of the site. So while this house is close to other houses on Toyon, it's really going to maintain that whole hillside in a natural state. So the staff feels it's a big improvement on what was denied in 2017. The site is zoned for a single-family home, and that's what they're proposing. So, because it's on a hillside lot, it does require the approval of a hill area residential development permit. And the findings for a hill area residential development permit are basically has the property owner proposed a single-family home that tries to minimize impacts to the site as much as possible, while still meeting fire department regulations, parking requirements, building code requirements. They exceed all the setback regulations. The town engineer was originally concerned because there was some sloughing on the downhill area of this site, but they went out to the site, they walked it, they met with the project engineers, and they've designed some drainage retention basins below the house. And I know someone came in, I don't know who they were, who was concerned because the retention basins do look like septic systems, the way you draw a septic system on the plans. They are not septic systems. They are drainage retention basins. So the water from the roof and the road gets gathered, it gets taken down the hillside. It's released slowly through perforated pipes into a swale, where it then gradually soaks into the soil and moves down the hill. So you don't have water being dumped in a large concentration at a high velocity, which then you do run into trouble with the water building up in the soil and it then sliding. And I just want to remind everyone that the town engineer, their job is to protect the town. So they are looking at this very critically, and they are now satisfied that they have designed enough, enough safety things into this, that it's not going to create any hazards for any properties downhill, and that the people in the house will be safe. The house isn't going to slide. So we feel all the findings can be made to approve the excavation application. They are requesting a front setback variance because, as is very true on a lot of Fairfax roads, the portions where the roadway can actually be built are not necessarily in the center of the roadway easement. And so you end up with the edge of the road quite a distance away from the front property line. In this case, it's going to be 16 feet from the edge of the road to the front property line. So they are encroaching with an access deck into the front setback for just enough area to get from their driveway to their front door. So it's a very small encroachment into that front setback variance, and then the rest of the setbacks are met. So anyway, we can make all the findings for the front setback variance, the excavation application, the encroachments that are being made. We were very happy that the applicants agreed to create 2 public parking spaces, because right now when people want to go out there and hike from Toyon, you either have to walk up from Town Hall, the way I do, or you have to park at the bottom of the driveway, and it's not exactly an optimal situation. So they are creating 2 public parking spaces, which we have conditioned they will have to post them that way, and they'll be marked that way. What else? Did I forget anything? No. So we are recommending, we think it's a big improvement, and we were able to make all the recommend findings to you for all the discretionary permits that are required. And so we're recommending that you approve the project by I'm sorry. We are recommending a continuance. I forgot. That's what I forgot, the major thing. So we were unable to get this in enough time to the Fairfax Open Space and to the Fairfax Tree Committee for them to weigh in on the project. We're hoping they feel the same way staff does. They are meeting next week, I believe. Both of them are meeting next week. Am I correct about that? Yeah. And so we're recommending that you continue it until the March meeting, which is March 21st, at which time we will still be recommending approval unless we get something in writing from them that, makes us reconsider our position. And that would conclude our report.
Okay, so any questions while you're recommending the continuance? I still would like to get questions out and hear from the applicant and the public. So questions for staff from commissioners on my right?
Yeah, that was my question. You haven't not heard from those committees yet, so we still need to perhaps continue this to get their
Yes, we
input.
are recommending continuance. I just got on a roll there.
Okay. No, I got it. Thank you.
On the numbers, and this is really sort of more for my education, we have a 2,750 square foot residence, not including the garage and the deck. Now, when we've been talking about house sizes, have we been including garages and decks?
decks do not count towards your floor area ratio or your lot coverage if they're pervious, right? So we do not count decks towards the floor area ratio, and only garage square footage over 500 square feet counts towards your floor area ratio.
So the 97 feet over okay.
Counts towards the FAR, yes.
And in our discussions about limiting house size, were we including, I know we haven't gotten that far, but
No.
just curious, were we going to include
Decks?
decks?
I don't remember anyone wanting to
Garages.
include decks, but I thought I got the feeling from you that you still wanted to include square footage for extra-large garages towards the FAR. It's been a while since we talked about it, but.
That's correct. The recommendation was to continue the current town policies regarding garages for single-family homes in excess of 500 square feet being countable floor area, and garages in excess of 800 square feet for duplexes, also counting floor area above that. There were no changes proposed for deck area. In other words, they would continue to be uncounted.
Any other questions from Michelle?
So I didn't see this one before, so I'm glad the Open Space and Tree Committee is going to see it. I did call Linda because I had a question about the future of subdivision of the property, because he's extending infrastructure up to the property, and he owns a large quantity of the property up there. So I wanted to maybe have the benefit of her response to that for everyone, maybe next meeting, or maybe you already know that. I just didn't know the answer to that. I also had asked about whether we did a biological study, because this is natural open space up there adjacent to county open space, and whether there was any protected status species. So that's another question. And then maybe one final one, although I have a list of stuff that's on this particular project, is that when you look at Plan C3, which is the grading drawing, I've got my own issues with the drawing not showing the extent of grading and so on, but just looking at the final finished floor compared to the natural topo lines on the plan, it shows it as 11-foot difference. But when you look at Plan 4, which is the building elevations, it just shows the the wall line coming all the way to the ground. And is that the intention of how this would be designed then, or is there piers behind that, and then just the wall is a facadal, or?
So the fire department no longer allows people to build the way they did in the olden days with stilts with openings underneath them. Everything has to be finished to the ground because they catch sparks and allows fire to ball up underneath the house. So,
Thank you.
yeah. Yeah, you want me to talk about subdivision?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. So this property was merged into one piece of land. It's zoned for one house, and based on the new state regulations, it will be allowed, at some, possibly in the future, one ADU. If he wants to try to subdivide it, he is filing a subdivision map. And it will, based on the location and the topography, staff would require an initial study, and I believe at the very least, a negative declaration, possibly, a focused EIR. So there's while there is a risk of someone filing that, the town still has the ability to deny those if a subdivision goes against their general plan and their zoning ordinance, which I think a further subdivision of this land, just based on the topography, would be a pretty easy case to make, but does that address that? Okay.
Can I ask a question of staff? I look at this picture of the building, and I frankly see the Ahwahnee in Yosemite. I see a hotel here. So I'm wondering if we couldn't include a condition of a deed restriction, that this building can't be used.
The big one
Like
that you
that?
just held up, that's the former one that was denied.
Oh, it is?
That was the one that was denied in 2017.
Okay, well, I have the same problem. It's still 4-bedroom, 3.5 bath.
So what was your
So
condition?
is that a
And
question?
Could we have a deed restriction? Yes, Madam Chair, it's a question that specifies that it couldn't be used
It's like a boarding house?
as like
or-
a boarding house or hotel or et cetera.
So the zoning doesn't allow boarding houses in the RS6 zone? I mean, I guess you could. It would just be reiterating the existing zoning that's in place.
Yeah, it wouldn't hurt here.
I'm gonna double check
Just so
in
that,
case I'm wrong,
future,
because I've been
I mean,
making
I think,
mistakes.
you know, notice is a big deal for me. So somebody buying this in the future would then notice it in the deed, in the prelim at least, that there'd be this deed restriction. But fine, if it's going to be clear, maybe we can recite it as a condition in the permit then, or something like that.
But maybe we can get to that when we get to that stage.
So that's the
and talk
question.
that. Any questions on the left?
Linda, how does this project, that we're out of the ridge line, this doesn't
This-
affect, so are
This
we well
project
out
is
of that?
not in the Ridgeline Scenic Corridor.
Okay, that was one thing I just wanted to ask.
Yeah. I don't, I'm going to defer to the planning director, but I don't see any problem with doing a deed restriction to alert a future owner to what the zoning allows and doesn't allow, but see any reason why it's kind of
I would prefer
unnecessary,
perhaps to
but-
incorporate that into the whereas provisions insofar as you would have to change the zoning to allow those uses in this residential zoning
Fine,
district.
fine, as long
So-
as there's some kind of notice in there,
Yeah,
that the
so-
whereas would be fine. Okay. I mean, I'd agree to that myself.
Any other questions on my left?
Yes, I have a question. I couldn't tell from the renderings, the heights of the building. I think you're showing the proposed height is 33 feet and 8 inches. And can you tell me, is that from grade to the highest point on the downhill side? So that's question one. Question two is, what is the height on the uphill side from grade or from where that garage ramp is to the highest point? Maybe that's the deck.
That's supposed to be what we measure, the highest point in the grade up,
But,
right?
but because of the hillside being so steep, I just couldn't tell from the drawings. You know, I think the highest point is on the downhill side, correct? 33? Okay, so that's on the downhill side from grade to the highest point. But I was just wondering if there was any height, because I couldn't find it in the drawings on the uphill side. And it might be in there, I just,
Yeah. So in Fairfax, we measure the height at any point within the footprint, because often the soil, the hillside will dip and dive. And so if I were you, I would look at the heights shown on page 2, which is the story pole information, because that's showing you the maximum heights. And the story poles, we can double check this with the architect, do the exterior corners and the peak of the roof.
If I might also add, that's a question that could be directed at the architect who's here tonight, and insofar as this application is being continued, I would say that if an experienced design professional has some questions about where it's specifically called out, that perhaps we could get that addressed.
that's fair.
in
I
writing.
think that's better. Let's hold off then.
Any other questions on the left?
I just had one clarification on page 2 of the staff report under the setbacks. Is the proposed actually 0 feet? I thought it was 6 feet, the proposed front setback.
No, so the front setback, as I was explaining, The building itself maintains the 6-foot setback, but there's an access deck
Oh,
because of
it's
the
the
steep
deck that-
slope, and it's the
okay,
deck that
that
goes
comes
into the...
right out to it. I
Because the
got it.
front property line is 16
So
feet
that's
from
why
the
you
edge
have
of the road.
0 here.
Right.
You could go on.
So I have some questions. So the address on this is Toyon Drive, from what I could see, so we have it identified as avenue and road in several places.
Toyon Road, but we can ask the neighbors, what's the name of your street?
Well, that street actually
Is it
has
called-
different
Oh, interesting.
things, so Drive?
Yeah. But we can also, for next month, we can check the subdivision maps and see what they listed as.
Okay, let's do that. Then, and the comments that you were making during staff report about the storm water, that was what's referred to in the staff report, just for clarification, as the bioretention and storm drain dissipator systems, correct? Okay. Page 7 of the staff report mentions railroad ties steps on a graded pedestrian access path. So I wanted to ask who would be responsible for maintaining that path after it's constructed?
Yes, and I checked with Public Works, and it will be included in the encroachment permit that the owner is responsible for maintaining all the improvements that they've constructed in the right-of-way. So I believe they'll also be responsible for the fire truck turnaround.
And would that be, so the next buyer that comes along, would they be aware of that?
Encroachment, and the
That would
the
be part of-
revocable encroachment document is recorded at the County of Marin. So
Okay.
it should turn up in any good title search.
Okay. Staff report, page 5, there's a section on visibility.
I forgot about that.
And it,
Yeah, so I just left some words out
okay.
of that. So I went around to the places where I was able to see the last house, and most of the places I could see it from, it was Ridge and Fawn Ridge, and I was unable to see the story poles. That being said, when the trees come down for the house, you will see parts of the house. So it's not an ridgeline scenic corridor. There's nothing that requires them to make the house invisible. They've minimized the number of trees they're taking out, and as far as we're concerned, it does comply with the HRD ordinance. The only alternative to build a house on this site is to push it further into the site, which would require the removal of more trees, the excavation of more material. They've pretty much put it as close to the end of the paved road as they can.
So for clarification of that paragraph in the staff report, it says, while it will be visible to some properties nearby from across the valleys on Ridge Road and Fawn Ridge Road.
It will not be visible.
Thank you.
The story poles are not visible. I think that's a better way to say it.
Okay. And there was discussion in the staff report about fire hydrant and the length that a fire truck could get to the house, and if it was over a certain length, then a new fire hydrant would be required.
You want me to talk about that?
Yeah, and then my question with that is, if there is one required closer to the house than the current one that's on Toyon now, when in the construction process would that
Okay,
be
so
installed?
I talked to Rob Bastianin today, and he believed, I know people have done kind of guesstimates, he told me that he believes the fire hydrant that is out there is within 350 feet of the house, and he believes they are not going to have to install another hydrant. But he said if it turns out that he is wrong for some reason, they at any point have the authority to require things for fire safety. And what I see in most of their conditions is they require that the fire department improvements be put in before even materials, the wood for the house are brought in. I mean, the road they're going to want in because that allows them access to the site. So I'm assuming what they mean is the road, the fire truck turnaround, and if a hydrant has to go in, it'll have to be installed before they start bringing in materials for the house.
And they will,
Which he said, yes, that's what they're going to require.
okay, and if there is a building permit, this is approved and a building permit's issued, they come and they do a final check before that point to be...
They coordinate with the building official to make sure that it doesn't get too far without all the improvements being in. Someone also asked about their vegetation management condition where it says that vegetation has to be irrigated. So I talked to Rob this afternoon about that as well. And he said that's poorly written. What it should read is if the applicant proposes any new landscaping, it has to be irrigated. They do not require mature oaks and redwoods to be irrigated. So someone asked that, I don't remember who.
Okay, any last questions for staff?
Yeah, on the Miller Pacific report, there's some unanswered questions, including such things as the topo boundary survey. Have those things been answered now? Or is it still on?
Yes, no, they were unaware. Let me just read what they wrote again. Hang on. Do you remember which attachment that is?
I think it's the last one, that Miller Pacific. Yeah, I think it's let's see here.
It's okay, I'll find it. There, I found it.
G, attachment G.
I just have to refresh my memory about what they were. Yeah, so what they were pointing out is when the applicant submitted their plans and everything, they only refer to the parcel number that they're building on now, but it actually includes a lot of parcels. And the parcel numbers confuse people sometimes because people think the parcel numbers designate a legal piece of land, but they don't always. Those are tax parcels. We merged all these parcels into one piece of property. In order for the owner to get the parcels numbers to go away, they have to go to the tax assessor and fill out a form requesting that occur. So they just haven't done that, and that's why it's so that they were concerned that this was more than one piece of property, but it actually is one piece of property.
So they've got the merger, but no tax combination yet.
Right. Right.
Okay, is the applicant here, and does the applicant wish to make any comments?
Testing. Hey, there we go. Jerry Freight, project architect. Good evening. I think Linda did a great job describing what the changes were from the old design to the new design. I did a couple calculations or little percentages today, and the difference between the two designs, with the new design, there's 75% less trees will be removed, 60% less soil will be hauled away, and 85% less driveway and retaining walls will be built. So I think we tried to redesign the whole project with the feedback that we got last meeting of the Planning Commission, and Linda was great giving us input on what she thought the town would like to see as opposed to that original design. one question that came up was height limits, and I looked back at the plan on sheet 2. I drew a section through the house, and there's a height limit line at 35 feet, and you can see the whole house is definitely below the height limit. And as Linda mentioned, if you go to the story pole plan and just look at all the black points on the roof plan that show all the different heights of the house, over on the grid here, height above grade, it gives you all the dimensions of those points above grade. And that would be the existing grade line. As the slope goes up the hill, it's a point that's above each one of the points of the existing grade. So that's helpful way over on the right-hand column. So there is really nothing higher than the 33 feet, 8-inch point. And then there was some concern by the neighbors I saw in some emails about parking, construction on the roadway. And because we're creating those, we have to create the extension Toyon to get to the driveway and the garage, which Linda mentions 35 feet, and it's 20 feet wide, but you get another length for the parking spaces. So it's like 35, 45, like 55, almost, I think I measured it, it's about 60 feet by 20 feet that's off the road, so the contractors can park, they can stash some materials, and all that has to be developed according to fire and I think Linda's conditions prior to even building the house. So we have to go in there, get the fire turned around set, hydrant working. The hydrant has to be able to be within 350 feet of any point of the house, has to have 500 gallon per minute outflow, and the parking places have to be in there. So all that has to be finished before we even start the construction. So that, it's kind of nice that that takes care of the staging area, the deliveries, any construction parking, so that's all off the road. It helps with any fire problems because you'll have a working fire hydrant right there. And I think that was kind of some of the major concerns by the neighbors. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Anyone have questions for Mr. Freight?
I'm still looking at these, but I think that little graph is very helpful.
Okay.
Maybe if you could just tell me like the average top of plate height inside. Just, I'm trying to get a sense of volume.
The plate heights are listed on the section. They're all, both are 9 feet high. So you have a 9-foot floor to ceiling. Usually the floor framing between the two floors is about a foot for, 2 by 12s. And we have unlike the old original house, which had tons and tons and tons of crawl space, this one just has kind of a minimal crawl space. I think the highest space is, the highest vertical, I think that's a quarter. It's like about a quarter, 1/8. So yeah, it's like about 7 feet or something at the highest little point, but the rest goes all the way back to almost nothing. So. But the section's a good way to tell ceiling heights and heights above grade and where we are with the height limit lines. That height limit line follows the existing natural grade below, so that's why it's sloping the same as the grade below.
I see it here on 2. You've got a lot of good information here. Okay. Thank you.
I had a question for the applicant. You mentioned that there was like 50, 60 feet from Toyon
Right.
up to, including the garage where could be your staging area.
Not including the garage. It starts from the edge of the existing Toyon pavement, and we're extending Toyon if you count the parking, about 55 to 60 feet inboard, and it's 20 feet wide. So that whole area is going to be pretty much flat. The garage is actually in the house, so that's on an angle over. So that wouldn't even be built. This is going to be.
Okay, this is extension, a
That's
direct
right.
extension.
That's
of-
right.
yeah.
Yeah, it's all going to be on grade and flat and, you know.
But that's the same fire turnaround area that.
No, that's on the existing street. We're going to increase some of that area with some retaining wall work to get a 3-point turn for the fire truck. But that's not going to be on the Tyone extensions.
But he was saying they'd have all this space for the construction vehicles and everybody to park. Okay. All right, thank you.
Hey, you're welcome.
Any other questions on my left? On my right?
I'm sorry.
sorry,
I just,
go ahead.
I just thought of one. So, can you maybe explain this railroad tied ramp? What was the,
Yeah,
what's the
original-
purpose and what's the?
Sure. Originally, I thought it would be a great idea to put these parking places in there. So kind of put those in there. And then originally I had steps going up. And then Linda and Ben came back and asked us to kind of put a ramp up there. So it's kind of a ramp so people can kind of walk up easier and just going up steps. If you had handicap, I'm not quite sure, I guess we could make sure that the slope's good for handicap. I didn't really look into that. But it's a gradual ramp that goes back to the original fire lane that goes out to the open space. So that's why it's a ramp. Originally I put in stairs, but.
Okay, so it's just a way to connect the,
To go from the parking space,
because-
ramp up to the existing fire road or trail that goes up there.
okay.
Folks on my right? Questions for Mr. Freight?
So the existing trail that goes along kind of at a steady level across the hillside and back through the Madrone
Yeah,
which has been sort of a public trail for a
Right.
while, that is going to be replaced by something new, or this ramp is going to take you to that? I'm not really quite sure.
We're
The
not
ramp, you're not involving that trail as part of a public open trail at all anymore. Once the house is there, can you explain that to me?
sure. The public trail is really on the paper road of Tyone. It's not on the property at all. So when we extend the roadway, you kind of dig into the slope a bit to make that level and easy for cars coming and going. So now you've lowered that point down. So instead of going steps up to the existing trail, we're putting in a ramp. So it's just kind of a gradual way up there. But we're not doing anything to that trail at all. In fact, that's on city property anyway. So that's in the right of way.
Yes, you can.
Okay, so the road has to meet a certain slope, and in cutting it down, there's no longer a connection to the trail that's used, right? So they originally designed like concrete steps, and staff felt that that made it look like it was part of their yard. We wanted it to look like the entrance to most of our open space areas where you maybe put up 2 bollards so that the cars can't continue to drive onto the path, and then grade it so that it's a gradual grade to connect to the existing trail. It will just look like a connection to the trail.
I think you and I are talking about two different things, though. I'm not talking about the Marin County open space trail. I'm talking about.
They're not doing anything to the existing path that winds around. They're leaving that alone.
But will it still afford public access?
It's in the public roadway easement. It's not on their private property. They don't have the legal
the
right.
trail. So you know the tire swing about halfway, and then
Right.
you head up. I mean, I don't know. When you say public roadway, is it because that was a paper road, and you're saying that's not
Here, I
their
think-
property? I don't understand.
Here, I'll show you.
I think the clarification is that as part of this project, they will be making improvements to what was formerly a paper street with a trail on it. So that is going to now be paved, and that's why it has to be 20 feet wide, is because it's an extension of Toyon. So for that portion, it's now going to become a roadway. And what Linda was referring to
But I think
was
what
the fact
Mimi's
that
saying-
with that leveling that's going to occur with those improvements, you now need to connect to that existing trail. And so it's the transition from the paved
but I-
improvement roadway extension to that unaltered trail. And
But
there'll
I-
be a ramp connecting the two.
But I think Mimi's concern is that they will somehow be able to block the public use of that path. We believe the path is in this public roadway easement, and they don't have the right to block the public's right to use it because it's in the public roadway access easement.
Okay, and that's the part that intuitively I think I was missing, because when you're walking that beautiful hillside wooded trail, you're not thinking this is a roadway and it's public property. So, okay, thank you for that clarification.
Sure.
Any other questions on my right? I have two questions. On sheet 2, there's a comment about space under the deck for future water tanks. Can you explain that a little bit?
It was kind of left over from some calculations from the water district when we were doing the large house. So when the large house was being done, we had to have water tanks near it to take the water and have enough water on site to service that house with the water pressure thing. Now that we're right next to Tyon Road, we don't have a water pressure problem anymore. And originally, when I was designing the house, the tanks were kind of in play. And so I thought, well, we can't just have tanks sitting on the side of the road or sitting there on the hill. I thought it'd be kind of interesting to put them underneath the deck so nobody would see them. Once that kind of the design started to evolve, and I had several meetings with Linda and Ben, and the request to have on-site water tanks went away from the water district. Ben and Linda said, well, maybe it'd be a good idea to keep the space under the deck for a future tanks if somebody wanted to keep rainwater and use it for landscaping. So it's not something that we want to put in right now, but there's space there under the deck for future water recovery tanks from, the rooftops and stuff. So that's what that's all about.
Okay, and then my other question is, there are lattice on the sides of the house.
Right.
Is that just decorative?
Yeah,
That's still
it's-
against the stucco?
Yeah, it's a solid wall. It's just a little lattice treatment. Maybe we'll get something growing up the wall.
Okay.
Yeah, we got to keep it solid, like Linda said before, because the fire department doesn't want any openings.
I just thought of something, sir. I didn't see it in the plans, but can you tell us any green building features that you've incorporated into the project? Recycling water, capturing and recycling gray water,
Okay.
solar,
Well, we talked about
tankless
this.
water heaters.
I believe when we get into the building department phase, creating the working drawings in the building department, Town of Fairfax has a whole list of those features that we have to incorporate into the design. So as far as the preliminary design, no, we didn't really discuss a lot of the green features, but we're able to put green features in there, and that'll be another phase when we get to the building department, or the building set phase.
Anything else at this time? Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm going to open it now for public comment on this application.
Hello, my name is Richard Behrens. I live at 164 Toyon Drive. I have some maps and photos that I'd like to pass out, if that's okay.
Oh, yeah.
And you have the fire hydrant in front of your,
No, it's next door.
next door?
Down at 156. There
Okay.
is one around the corner,
Okay.
but it won't be at 350
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Okay, the elephant in the room here tonight is that you need to get access to this property. Toyon Drive, on our direction, is not a town-maintained road. It is within the town's border, but they do nothing to maintain the road. We had a slide there 2 winters ago, which you wouldn't know about. It was on the county open space. We cleaned it up. They came out and looked at it and did nothing. If you look at the maps that I've given you, the front one is taken off of marinmaps.org, which Fairfax is a member of. And you'll see that the percentage of slope on the road going up is 71.3 degrees, or percentage. And I've shown a yellow spot there. Now, if you flip the page, you'll see a photo of the road. The road is 10 feet, 6 inches wide. Isn't it wonderful? We're going to have a 20-foot road at the end of Toyon. Meanwhile, they have to drive by the 71% slope on a 10-foot, 6-inch wide road that they plan on cutting 3-foot wide swatches down the middle of to put in sewer and water. Very concerned about the ability. If you look on the bottom of the page, there's a wide photo there that looks like you're looking at a flat property. That's actually a picture taken downhill this afternoon. So that's the 71% grade next to the 10-foot, 6-inch wide road. Excuse me. If you look at the last page that I have here, this is on Google Maps. And on the picture on the bottom, if you look at the very bottom, it's kind of in the shade, you see a little green spot. That's the end of the sewer line. And the garage above it is 180 Toyon. So the sewer actually ends around the corner. So they have to go around the corner, up the road, past the 10-foot, 6-inch wide, and I just did a ballpark thing here. It's coming up at 443 feet. Now, we redid the road 5 years ago in February. The neighbors chipped in. It was $24,230 to redo the road. We also got some help from the water district because they had put in new water lines. So they gave us credit for about 200 feet of the road 6 feet wide that we got deducted from our bill. So our concern here is everybody's excited about putting in a new fire hydrant, extending the sewers. You're going to be digging up a road that's very sensitive to sliding. It's a 71% slope. What's going to happen when you dig into this 10-foot, 6-inch wide road? What's it going to do to the structure of that hillside? And if they patch it, and eventually if you drive down Bolinas here, you'll see where they patch and you can see the green growing up in the slots. So the water is now percolating through the road into the hillside. I'm an amateur geologist. If the soil contains 40% clay, it increases in weight by 4 times. So you have a hillside here that's subject to sliding. Madrone slid several years ago. The neighbors had to foot the bill. It was $200,000. So my question to you and to the town council is, what are you going to do about this? You're giving them permission to build on a property that's in the town, but they have to get there on a town non-maintained road, and what happens when it fails? There was a proposal to check it when the work was done. I'm not sure that does it all. 2 years later, we get into a big rainstorm again and the hill slides. We're stuck again. So I would like you to take that into consideration in making your decision about how we handle this, whether it's a bond that covers it and goes beyond some time after the house is built to make sure that there are no issues. So the neighborhood, Linda pointed out before that the town is looking out for the people in the town. People in the neighborhood will be able to go up and down the road. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I have a question for him. Sir? Sir?
Sir?
Sorry?
I'm sorry, you mentioned that 2 years ago there was a slide on the county open space. Where was that on this?
Right
map?
across from 164. It was right in front of our house.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Perro. My husband is Rich Bedoni. He's not able to be here tonight. We're at 180 Toyon, so we're right next door to the proposed house. We looked at the drawings. My husband went to visit and reviewed the drawings, and we also have some concerns. I won't repeat everything Rich said. I think between us, we've lived on that hill maybe about 150 years between us. There's not a lot of movement from the neighbors, just the hillside, I think. So we've been long-time Toyon denizens. The sewer line, I have questions and concerns. It's a long sewer line. My husband and I had to put in off septic years ago up to that sewer line, and boy, what a project that was. And so I saw the length of that sewer line. I am not in this business. Is that a problem? It's a long sewer line. And my second question was regarding power line. Our house gets power from Cascade below. Is that house going to be tapping into the power lines above or from Cascade below like ours? You're probably aware that our power goes out frequently in our house, where the rest of Toyon may have power because of where we're sitting on Cascade, where our power is drawn. So I didn't appreciate where their power would come from in the house. The road repair question's a big one because, as Rich mentioned, he did a wonderful job of explaining our issues in the past. Those are all accurate. We've been very good neighbors repairing those chunky costs over the years. And if the road is destroyed from the construction, is Mr. Ross going to be responsible for that, or are we going to have to cough up money again if his project causes more damage? That road is shaky. I mean, it's not great. You'll come up, you can take a look, and you'll see. So if there is damage, will we have it in writing? We would like those kind of things in writing. And how will we document that? I appreciate from this committee that you will be doing the Open Space and Tree Space Committee, so thank you for that. I also have concerns regarding that additional Toyon 35 additional feet. I understand there'll be 2 more parking spaces. That's wonderful for hikers and, However, it does change the look of the property and that open space. It will change. And that may be inevitable, but just so we're aware, it will change how that looks to the property. I would also request, I understand there was the hydrant question. There is a hydrant between our property and the proposed 200. There is a hydrant on the left. There has been low water pressure in those hydrants in the past, just so that needs to be checked and relooked at. We have a pool at our house, and we personally bought a pump on our pool for fires, just with that very concern in mind, if there's enough pressure in those hydrants. And that's been an issue in the past, not recently, but I must be honest, I haven't looked into that in a long time regarding pressure in the hydrants. My next question I have for the committee is, I believe Mr. Ross's property is 11 acres, I believe. Is that correct? And my understanding in the past is that is permitted for 3 houses, but you're saying only 1 house is permitted on there. And I apologize if I don't have that right. Whether, in the future, whether further houses can be built there because of its 11-acre parcel. And lastly, and this is on a more personal note, some previous experiences dealing with these projects and issues have been, occasionally strained, and so we have been in a very neighbored area, and we've worked in collaboration, and there has been some strain on this project in the past. So we are trying to go forth and just being forthright and honest, coming forth and talking about what our concerns are. And my personal feeling is that everything needs to be put in writing regarding cost of roads. I'd like to personally see everything in writing so there's no wiggle room down the road in terms of who pays for what and who's responsible for what. And I don't know what the terminology is. I think I heard deeds up here. I'm not really sure of the what terminology you use, but that would be my own personal request, so we don't get into any kind of litigation or anything of that nature. We're not interested in that type of thing on Toyon Road/Drive. And that's it. Thank you.
Bruce and Lynn McDermott, 53 Ridge Road. Thanks for the opportunity to chat. We would like to talk a little bit about the geography so that we're all on the same page. And then we have two questions or requests. We, along with our neighbors on the south side of Ridge Road, the side that does face the canyon, needed a pretty good reason to buy here long ago, own a home, because we've got to go up scenic a couple times a day just to even get to Ridge Road. And that good reason was the pristine, unmarked views we have of Pam's Blue Ridge and the Cascade Canyon. That's incredibly important. Now, there are other houses across the ravine from us, and I think I've sent you pictures in the past, but and they're on Toyon. You've heard from a couple of the neighbors already. We used to live over at 181 Toyon. But those houses face towards Mount Tam. And by face, I mean that they slope downhill towards Tam, south, and so the decks, big windows, patios, scaling down 2 or 3 stories, all face in a certain direction. So we're, as does our house, up on 53 Ridge. So we are relatively invisible to each other. Not the case with Mr. Ross's house. His house downslopes with 2.5 stories, if you count the space underneath, facing north, directly at our house and our other 7 or 8 neighbors on the south side of Ridge. And so it'll be very, very, very visible to us and our adjacent neighbors. So 2 concerns or questions would be, what are we and our neighbors going to be staring at when it's all said and done? I mean, I've looked at the plans, but the story poles are up. We've trudged around the hills over there, but from our property, we can't really see the story poles because all the trees are still there. So we really don't have a sense as to what we are going to be looking at, what all of us are going to be looking at when they build on this 55 to 65 degree slope to get it done. So we would request that the Planning Commission and the Council and Mr. Ross give consideration to just finding ways to mitigate the effect of the facade if it turns out to be pretty bold, maybe just from the choice of the paint color or the stucco color that they would choose to use that might blend into the to the forest area. The choice of some final landscaping, if we're really looking at something huge in our face. The second concern or question has to do with noise. It's surprising what you can hear across the ravine. You know, during the winter months, it's kind of cool because there's this rushing water. that comes down, and you just can hear it 24/7. But if hikers are hiking along the Toyon Trail and one hiker yells to another hiker, you know, we can hear it, even though we look like we're far away. It just travels down and up pretty well, as you might imagine. 2 years of large equipment, power tools, logging, hammering, kinds of noise, 7 days a week, potentially, is a depressing thought. Not to mention, it just raises additional concerns of sparks and fires, and I know that there's going to be a fire hydrant there at some point. We've got a fire hydrant down the road from 53 Ridge. Getting a fire truck down our driveway, I'm not sure how that would work. So it's always a concern. So given this fact, we would request that the town and Mr. Ross just give some, and pardon? Yeah, limit the construction to 5 days a week so that we can look forward to Saturdays and Sundays for a couple years where it's quiet, where we can have family and friends over, where we can sit out and not listen to this noise. That would be a request, which would be greatly appreciated if it came to be. And finally, I would just extend to any of you an invitation to come on up to 53 Ridge. Give us a call, and you can trot around on your own and just take a look and see what we see. And the same is true for Mr. Ross, if he ever would want to come up and see what we see. What we'll see. Thank you, Council, and thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Brian McCarthy. I live at 183 Toyon Drive. Obviously, we're all very concerned about the road and the stability of the road and the downslope. But I probably can bring a more unique perspective to this and a more self-serving one, if you will. My house is on the fire road directly across from the building site. My house is 75 feet away from the proposed construction. I just heard the project manager say that they were going to widen the fire road going into the site. Okay, my property joins the fire road on the uphill side. My concern is where my property joins the fire road, it is slumping. Dirt is falling onto the fire road from my lot. I want to make sure that no severe bulldozing goes on to widen that fire road that is going to cause my house to slide down the hill. That is my main concern at this point. I don't think the ground is very stable. A lot of trees have been marked. I think one has been marked on my side of the fire road. And I'm not an arborist, but I know when a tree goes down, there is a root ball that goes with it. So I am concerned that any trees that are removed on my side of the fire road is not going to cause further slumping of my property. And the noise factor is obviously a pretty big problem to us, being 75 feet away from the construction site. So we would hope that when construction starts, if it does start, that it's not a 7-day-a-week construction process, so that on the weekends we'd get a break from the living next to a boiler factory. So I know this sounds self-serving, but I think the land is not that stable, and I am concerned that my house may start moving around. So, and my other concerns about the road have been amply answered by the planning department, so I'm very satisfied with their answers. They gave very, very detailed answers to my problems, so thank you very, very much. Thank you.
Hi, Pamela Meggs, 310 Cypress Drive. So my house is below Rich Barron's, and I've been there since the 80s, so I know the area very well. First of all, I just want to start with, did you say railroad ties? Are these like old railroad ties for this stair thing, or didn't you say that? Was that in part of the plan?
The type that you see like in the national forests when they
The
are
old
doing.
ones. So they're loaded with arsenic?
Oh, I don't think they use those anymore.
Oh, okay, that's
Yeah.
what I just wanted to make sure.
Pretty sure they don't.
Okay, so anyway, moving on.
We'll check, we'll make sure.
Yeah. The sewer, I'm on the Ross Valley Sanitary District. I am not speaking for the district. I'm talking, I went up there and looked around, and it is just an amazing long distance. I don't know about easements. There was a piece of property on my street that the neighbors would not allow an easement, so that the land can't be developed. So I didn't have time to see if you had looked at easements for that. But it was very strange. There's two manholes that are very close together, but way down the hill. And I just wondered, did all of you go up there and look at the property? I mean, it's rather precarious. So there's that, and then there's one almost external lateral. It almost looks external coming straight down the property, so I didn't know how you were going to tie in or where, but that's really between the town and the district. And then last, Mimi's question about access. As we have seen where in the past we thought we had access to the Egger Preserve and we didn't, and there was a major lawsuit. So I'm curious about surveying the land and making sure the land is what it is. And and then my house is below, so I want to talk to you about when it rains. There are underground springs in my property that past the rainy season, the water is still draining towards Cypress. So that whole slope area is very, I mean, every year I just pray that nothing's going to happen, but that is very, there's drainage issues and sliding issues, so thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak on this application? If not, I'll bring it back to the commission. So I know we're going to entertain a motion to continue this to the next meeting because we don't have tree committee and open space comments on this. But I was also hoping that during that time that I could ask and we could address some of the questions that were brought up today. One of the questions I had was for that roadway when they go in and put in utilities, is the requirement that they would then, once all that is in, totally repave that roadway versus what we see in many areas of town where there's like a trench.
So we included a condition that we believe is pretty much the extent of what the town can do, but we will run that question by our attorneys. I don't believe you can make one property owner resurface an entire road, but we have included the condition that the civil engineer shall prepare an existing condition report, including video and photographs of the portion of Toyon Road that is not town maintained, documenting the existing roadway condition. The report shall be submitted with the building permit application, and the applicant shall be responsible for restoring any damaged portions of the road to pre-construction condition prior to the final project inspection. But we'll ask the attorneys if we can require one owner to resurface portions of a road that they have not damaged. I don't believe they can, but we'll find out.
A follow-up question, if I could, to staff's response. I noticed that line, but given the concerns, I was unclear exactly what sections of the roadway were going to be covered under that condition.
Only the portion that's not town maintained. I mean, so let me make it a little clearer. We do automatically, anytime there's new construction, require a roadway damage bond that will be used to repair any portions of the town road that is damaged. The town, unless a road's been, we have an ordinance, unless a road has been resurfaced within something like 2 years, right? We allow them to patch. We do not require the water district, when they're doing projects, to come in and resurface the entire road on the town-maintained portions. So to address the neighbors' concerns, because they are footing the bill for the non-maintained portion, we included a condition that we feel is the extent of what we can legally require. But since we have a month, we will ask our attorneys if we can require one property owner to resurface a road, the entire section, if they have not damaged portions of it.
Right, no, I
Yeah.
understand what you're saying. My question is, exactly what extent of that roadway will be covered under that agreement? From what point to what point?
I think we can,
From the new development to the base of Toyon, or to
Oh, that
180
last
or
condition,
150?
that last
or-
condition is just going to apply to the non-maintained portion of the road.
So I
We can-
guess the
we can get a
question would
diagram.
be
You're
to
asking me the
clarify
address.
that,
I don't know.
clarify it for
Yeah,
the next meeting, where
I'm
that
sure-
is.
Yes, and I'm sure one of the owners, one of the neighbors could probably.
Except we closed the public hearing, so we can't do that now. Could I ask you, I'm sorry, follow-up?
Yeah, my other question on that is, can we also clarify and look at, and I know it's probably in our code, but look at construction timeframes? You know, Monday through Sunday, all that, so can we?
Times.
You want me to update you on what the noise ordinance says, or to give you an indication of if you can
Normal
limit the
construction.
days? Yeah, We'll ask the attorneys that too. I think you've done it in the past on other projects, so I believe it's within your purview to restrict them from working on weekends, but we'll double check.
Right, that question, I mean, that was actually a reasonable, the neighbors who stood up and had issues, but then suggested answers to those. So also, can we include a condition about coloration and blending into the hillside issue too? Because I thought that was a reasonable suggestion to do that.
I was actually going to ask the commission to indicate whether you have issues with the colors that they've proposed, so that they can be prepared to present something different. So in your motion to continue, if you
Do we
wanted to
have-
direct them to bring some alternative color palettes.
Do we have
can do
color
that.
palettes tonight?
Oh, I'm sorry, you do, actually. Let me get them for you.
Can I follow up to one of the questions you were asking? So when you were, Linda, when you said that a condition would be added, the resolution that we're currently looking at, which is oddly numbered 2019-02, again, is, I noticed that there's a couple places where these provisions already appear. So if I could just go through them, am I missing something?
If I said we were going to include it, I meant we did include it.
Maybe that's what you said, but I didn't,
It's number
what you were
33.
reading didn't jive with what I was reading, so I
Oh,
wanted to
interesting.
understand what you were reading.
Okay, I'm on page 9 of the resolution, condition number 33, under Fairfax Public Works Department.
Okay, I want to also point out under, on page 4, number 2B and 2C, discuss this as well, I think. And then also condition number 8 on page 7. And also condition number 35. So just FYI to folks who are keeping count.
Can you pass the color palette?
Yeah, it seems to me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think also in the next staff report, if 2 other topics could be addressed in more detail. One is geotech and hydrology. And when I read the geotech reports, they say in order to make certain conclusions, they would need to do test borings, and then that would happen with some future design. And then somehow we got to these on-site retention ponds, but I couldn't, and it seems like there are multiple foundational recommendations here for some future design. So maybe just trying to clarify more on kind of weaning some of the information from these multiple reports, and some of them, they're referring to one on 6801 that wasn't in here. There was one of them in here that wasn't in here, but it needs to be kind of condensed a little bit in, if there was no test borings, how are we concluding that there's site stability? And then how are we arriving at the leap from creating large rooftops to these on-site drainage systems? When one portion of this report is saying we're draining to the road, so I'm not figuring out how we're getting from this to this design. And then the other has to do with this issue of future subdivision. So if we're R16 or RS6, to me, I go to, that means every lot can be 6,000 square feet. So therefore, if we have an 11,000 square foot parcel, then couldn't we just divide that and subdivide it? So maybe more discussion on how we conclude that that the extension of these utilities isn't a cumulatively enticing subdivision of this parcel is where I kind of go. So more discussion on that topic. How are we really seeing this as the limitation of development if we're approving this one home? Thank you.
I might even ask the landowner if he's willing to restrict the rest of the property other than what the footprint that the plans cover for future development with a deed restriction or donation to the open space somehow to ensure the preservation of the additional land behind the house.
Any other comments?
I have a question. Linda or Ben, what's the time limit on this application? I mean, I know we're going to continue it to the next meeting, but then are we going to be at the limit?
You
at
will,
that
but
point?
we'll bring the form. I mean, if you know, at that point, you can ask them if they agree to a mutual extension of time for the review if we are unable to address, but I think we will be able to address all the questions you've raised.
Yeah, I was just curious. It seems like, yeah, we've made a lot of progress since the last application, and there's a few outstanding. So I think after looking at the material board, that it might be useful if the applicant could propose some alternates. It's a little unclear. There's two siding choices on here. I'm not quite sure where one is versus the other. So just maybe a little more information, and maybe like what the Cascade project had a couple of the choices that was helpful. And maybe if there's any, it looks on the elevation drawings, it shows landscaping against the house, but there's not any drawings. But so I don't know. I'd like information about what, if there's what or if any is proposed. I mean, I think in this setting, a natural landscaping plan is preferable over something that's kind of more manicured. I don't know what the exact wording is on that, but those are the questions I have at this time.
On that, one question I had on that color board, there's a photograph or representation of a house that looks, so if that is true to the colors that are presented on the board itself, and the photograph to me is kind of an obvious demonstration of how stark that would be. So yeah, I agree with alternative color choices, greener, redder, or darker, because that photograph on the color board just shows the dark background in this really bright, obvious house. And on that hillside, that's going to kind of ruin a view, I think.
Also, just to continue on that theme, the sketches on the plans are radically different from the color boards, so to me, that's a discrepancy.
So with that, do I have a motion to continue?
No, I still have some comments.
Sorry.
Sorry. Okay. Saying that this project is a big improvement over what we saw in November 2017. I actually didn't think it was the same project. I had to ask Laura. So anyway, I appreciate the improvements. I think it is much more modest than what we saw before. I do have concerns about the color palette. Just looking at it, I think it's too light. It would be nice to have a couple of options, maybe 3. However, I was looking at the properties across the canyon, and, there's a yellow one, there's a white one, so, I think maybe this is a good opportunity to do a little bit better than what is across the way. I am very grateful for this diagram from Mr. Richard Darren regarding the road, because I share his concerns and the neighbors' concerns about ingress and egress. That's a really narrow road, and it doesn't look very fortified. So yes, I'm glad that was brought to light, and I think it's going to be covered in the conditions to maintain it or to repair it. I also like, having a 5-day work week for construction versus 7. However, I would like the residents to keep in mind that the less days the workers are working, the longer the construction period, because they're going to have to make up the day. So just be aware that you're giving one thing up for another when you ask for that 5-day work week. I think those were my major concerns, but yes, the palette and maybe just a little, I think, I agree with Laura, more information on the landscaping. I understand that these are preliminary or the design development level, but I think we need to understand a little bit more about what is going to go on around the building, given all the constraints from the fire department for defensible space. And so I know that's a tough one. I think that just has to get worked out. And otherwise, I think this is a much improved project from what we saw a year and a half ago or so. Thank
I have one other question. I think someone had brought up biological study, but I mean, that was all part of your, I mean, the application's been deemed complete and you looked at that prior, correct?
Correct. We didn't provide those studies because nothing was found, but we can provide those from the previous application stating that there's no Napa Falls indigo and there's no, I know there's a difference of opinion about whether there's a northern spotted owl nest or not, but they paid to have someone go out and actually survey the site, so.
So is this exempt from CEQA?
No, it's categorically exempt. Now what we can do if you're concerned about the northern spotted owl, it doesn't stop construction, it just limits when they can actually build, and they can't take down trees that have nests in them, you know, during the nesting season. So if that's a concern, we can include a condition that the construction not occur during the months when it's a sensitive time. But there were no owl nests found the last time a professional went out to look for them, so.
Or we could also ask that prior to initiation of construction, that they have a survey, an owl survey conducted to establish the presence or lack of spotted owls. And then if one is detected, then you would adjust the construction schedule accordingly. So basically just verify whether there's something there to worry about and make those concessions in your construction scheduling.
Okay, so if there was a report done in the last application, I think it'd be helpful for that to be included in the staff report for the next meeting.
You know, I have a question, actually. The comment the resident at, I believe it's 183 Tanyan, made about his concerns about how the fire road improvements or, you know, that roadway improvement in front of his house could impact his property because, you know, maybe his property is not as stable. And so what can be done? I mean that's private property. So how do you compensate or protect adjacencies like that?
Well, I'm just wondering if we shouldn't have them address it before the next meeting. But it would require that owner to authorize their soils engineer to do, you know, to look at the soil on his property, because the property line does run right along the edge of the pathway, which is why the road is being built towards the new house. They can't go onto the neighbor's private property.
Yeah, one thing we can do is make sure that prior to construction that they would have the appropriate soils evaluation. Just say, look, we understand there's unstable conditions uphill from the public right-of-way, and we want to make sure that this is addressed. If it's not already addressed, it is addressed prior to them doing any cuts. So we don't end up with somebody bulldozing out a cut and then all of a sudden it slumps. So it's one of those situations where they can look at the soils, the type of soils, and say, okay, this is how we have to do our construction to make sure that we don't destabilize that.
And there was also a comment that that individual thought that there was one tree on his side that was going to be.
Yeah, I don't know
So
if
if
that
we
was
could just double check that.
Right. Yeah, I don't know if they're taking out trees for this project, but yeah, we're aware that anytime you're making cuts and steep slopes, you have to be careful not to create unstable situations, especially going into the wet weather months.
You're talking about removing 26 trees, Ben.
But what I'm looking at shows the trees in the public roadway easement, the ones that are at issue.
I think those are also the ones that are closer to that neighbor's house.
Yes.
Yeah, is that something we can add for the next meeting, that an agreement, I guess that the owners come to an agreement as to what's going to happen to protect that site?
We'll work on
Or
that.
what steps? Okay, thank you.
So with that, do I have a motion to continue?
Motion to continue this project to next month.
And may I add a friendly amendment? With the additional requested items that were mentioned by the commissioners to be included in the staff report for the I don't know, is it planned that we're going to do March or whatever the next meeting date for this project will
March
be?
21st.
Right, actually, you're right, Laura. We should ask them to include alternative color palettes, 2 or 3.
Yeah, I took notes on all your
You
comments.
have the list, right, Linda?
And does that motion have to be to a time certain, or as far as the language of it?
So we don't have to notice it again, please. Notice it to the March 21st meeting. Continue it to the March 21st meeting.
Was there another request that a landscaping plan be presented at that?
Well, I think the question was, please clarify why there's landscaping shown on the elevations and there's no landscaping plan provided. If there's landscaping proposed, they should provide a landscaping plan. If that was just to make the elevations look nice, they need to clarify that.
And then I guess finally would be the input of the open space and
Yes.
tree committees.
That's already in the works. Yep, it's on both their agendas.
I could clarify the landscaping. We're just going to leave it natural, and I just kind of did some wiggly, waggly looking things on the elevation. Us architects like to draw little things. But we originally, I think there's some notes on the plan that we're just going to leave it as natural landscaping out there. So there was no intent. I mean, you can't even really get down to some of those places even to take to look at your landscaping. So like Linda said originally, the living space is really going to be on the decks because of the steepness of the site. So there really is no plan for any additional landscaping, other than the natural plants and stuff that grows around on the hill there.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So do I have a second?
I will second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. So our next agenda item is 2020 Sir Francis Drake. Can we have a staff report, please?
Yes, first just let me check one thing here. Okay. All right, so what I was just checking is that one of the planning commissioners pointed out to me that I had the incorrect parcel numbers in the staff report. So I just wanted to verify that the correct parcel numbers were in the legal notice and the agenda that were posted and went out, so that none of you worry about that.
For
Okay.
2020,
For 2020 Sir Francis Drake, yes. So the project encompasses the creation of a 740-square-foot outdoor eating area at the southwest corner of the 3,939-square-foot combination restaurant, bicycle retail, and repair and warehouse. The area would be created by the construction of a 2 to 4 foot tall, 12-inch wide, naturally finished concrete wall, and would include access stairs on the west side and an accessible ramp on the east side of the enclosure, adjacent to the ADA parking space that would be provided. The enclosure would provide tables with bench seating, bar seating, and seating around an outdoor fire pit for 32 persons. The town code requires that a use permit, or in this case, a modification of the original use permit, be obtained from the Planning Commission for uses that are not conducted entirely within a building. Therefore, the outdoor seating area requires the approval of a modification of the original conditional use permit. The purpose of the use permit process is to allow the proper integration into Fairfax of uses which may be suitable only in certain locations in the town or in a zone, or only if the uses are designed or laid out on the site in a particular manner. So Bennett House, which is a 3-story multiple unit apartment complex, is located to the east of this project site. The building is basically surrounded by a large parking area and loading zones. So Bennett House is a 3-story apartment east of the project. There's an artist studio in what used to be a gas station to the south. Fairfax Market is located to the north, and across Sir Francis Drake Boulevard to the west is Fairfax Lumber and M&G Burgers. So the outdoor eating area is proposed 291 feet away from the nearest residential unit at the Bennett House Apartments, and the building that houses Fairfax Market and the Split Rock Tap and Wheel provides a buffer for noise and light between the outdoor eating area and those residential units. And we attached a map showing the distance and the location of the buildings as attachment E to the staff report. The noise created by diners in the outdoor eating area is not likely to exceed the permitted noise decibel levels for the adjacent multiple residential dwelling noise zone, which is 55 decibels between the hours of 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. and 50 decibels between the hours of 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. We think that it's likely that the ambient noise levels from traffic on Sir Francis Drake Boulevard are going to be higher than any noise created by the outdoor eating. Lighting for the outdoor area will be perimeter low voltage table lights and directed pathway lighting, neither of which staff expects to spill beyond the outdoor seating area. We've included a recommended condition that approval of the lighting fixtures used to light the outdoor area not result in light spillage beyond the access pathways or beyond the wall enclosing the eating area, and that they be subject to review and approval by the planning director prior to issuance of the building permit. Anytime there's new construction in any of the commercial zones, the project also requires the approval of a design review permit by the Planning Commission. So some of the design review criteria include things such as the development shall create a well-composed design harmoniously related to other facilities in the immediate area and to the total setting as seen from the hills and other key vantage points in the community, and that it shall be of a quality and character appropriate to protect the value of private and public investments in the immediate area. So this is the downtown commercial area that's surrounded by commercial buildings. Bennett House is the nearest residential structure, but it's a multiple unit, 3-story building. The proposed design of the patio and barrier wall would be natural concrete, unadorned by any ornamentation, color, or texturing. While the design of the wall is very simple and its location and height will not conflict with the character of the adjacent building, which has stucco siding, staff believes some surface treatment should occur. Therefore, we've included in the conditions of approval that the wall be painted or textured or be adorned with some type of ornamentation in a manner that will increase the aesthetics of the improvement. And we are recommending that you allow the staff to make a determination on what might be acceptable. So we also took a look at the traffic impact information that was provided when the restaurant went in, and we do not believe there is any evidence that this additional outdoor seating is going to add additional traffic to the site to a point where it would make it subject to the traffic impact permit process. and we went over the numbers in the staff report, and we attached that traffic study for you. Our traffic engineer reviewed it and felt that it was, it addressed the potential traffic from the business adequately. The addition will not eliminate any of the on-site parking. The 3 spaces that will be removed by the construction of the outdoor eating area are being replaced at the back corner of the parking lot. Therefore, we're recommending that you approve application 1904 by adopting the attached resolution number 2019-03, which sets forth the findings and the conditions for the project approval. And that would conclude our report.
Any questions on my right for staff?
What kind of treatments did you have in mind for the, especially like the exterior of the concrete walls outlining the area?
So, you know, we don't normally design that, but we've let the owner know what our concerns are, and so I would expect their design professional to come up with some kind of a proposal, which would then be reviewed by the staff. It could be, it could even just match the color of the existing stucco. That would be an improvement. You can texture these walls in different ways. You can add, what? Tile. The planning director says tile, combination of tile, mosaics, We'd be open to anything that just was better than just flat gray concrete.
Right, so
Some people like that look, so I think some people might find that attractive, but we're just concerned because of the length of the walls and the color of the existing building, it might not be the best design solution.
Okay, thank you.
Michelle, any questions at this time? Questions on my left?
Oh, Cindy, I have one. Linda, do you remember, I was trying to see if I could find any, if there's rules, like from the Alcohol Bureau about, like, the barriers that are needed around a patio, and if this design doesn't meet those requirements? Because I tried to look online
So my
to find it and
understanding
couldn't
is,
find it.
when the eating area is in the public right-of-way, it's a lot more restrictive than if it's on private property like this, but there does have to be separation between the area where you're serving the alcohol. Are you wondering about the stairways to the door, or?
No, I'm just wondering, like, if there's, I think I'm just missing the details that are around that are proposed around the edge, like if there's a rail or if is a rail needed. Those are questions.
You mean
that I
on
have.
top of the wall?
Right, at the perimeter edge of the proposed patio.
We believe
deck.
the applicant is prepared to answer that question when his
So are
time
you
to
worried
comment.
that the 2-foot wall isn't high enough to meet the ABC's requirements?
Yes.
Okay. The applicant will answer that.
Any other questions on my left?
Along the same lines, I understood that you needed some sort of railing or a higher railing or fencing if you were right in a roadway like that. That's a roadway.
Yeah, you could be correct. It might have to be 4 feet, in which case that would be part of the design approval that we would hope that you would allow the planning director to approve.
If that's the case, I would hope that we're not looking at a 4-foot monolithic concrete wall.
I don't think you have to worry about that.
Any other questions on the left? Okay, so I have a question just on the staff report. And the reso, it doesn't address in the title that we're doing a design review permit, as well as modifying the use permit. So just a comment. So is the applicant here?
Come on up. So any comments you want to make before we ask you some questions?
The only thing that I would clarify is the ABC rules. I've been on the phone with them quite a few times. They've been real helpful. My understanding is I would extend my ABC license to the perimeter of the outside eating area. And then there would just, because we're not, we don't serve spirits, it's just beer and wine and food, we can post at each one of those exits, no alcohol beyond this point. The low wall is a height that allows you to sit on that wall from the inside. It sort of functions as a bench, but it's not so high that if you were to go off backwards, it would, you know, there's a 3-foot rule, I think, for anything, that, and then there has to be a railing that's waist high. I can clarify some of these things with the architect as well. I didn't actually do all of the design work on this as I had done for the previous part of the project, so some of those questions are still going to be open for the building permit part.
So I had anyone have a question for the applicant?
Yes, I do. So you're saying there would be no alcohol at the outside area that you'd
No,
have?
there would be, yes.
So it would just not be on the perimeter of the
Correct,
outside
yeah, you wouldn't be able to
area?
carry your drink out into the parking lot, beyond the outside patio area.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
And that's because of signage. You would use signage to tell people not to do that. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same sort of circumstance we have now. You wouldn't be permitted to walk outside of the currently enclosed restaurant with a beverage in your hand. An open beverage, right? So we can sell a can of beer to somebody and they can take it home with them, but it can't be opened on premises. It has to be open when they get it to wherever they're going.
Michelle?
I have a question about kind of your business plan, because the way I'm seeing this, because of the total square footage of the existing use, committed to bike repair, committed to bar and retail, that this is essentially a sports video bar expansion outdoors. Are you seeing it that way, or how are you articulating your business?
No, well, I see Fairfax as woefully lacking in outdoor seating, period, and I think it's one of the nicest places in Fairfax that we could add that. I feel lucky that I have an opportunity even to do that. I don't see it as a sports bar. In fact, yeah, sometimes people ask if they could put on a Warriors game or a football game, but we don't really typically get busy unless it's like playoffs. Those screens are typically playing, you know, like snowboarding videos and skateboarding and surfing and stuff like that. It's more lifestyle stuff than I would say like a Naves is a sports bar or something like that. We didn't have a whole lot of opportunities to do art or decoration in there, so I consider the screens as sort of kinetic art in that way. And then the deck area, I think, is going to be an alternative to inside seating for our customers that would rather sit outside when the weather's good enough to do so. Our kitchen really is going to limit how many people we can serve, so they're either going to choose to sit outside when it's nice or they'll go inside when it's not.
No more questions?
Well, you said you will show Golden State games, Warriors games.
Yes.
Okay.
When requested, of course.
So I had a question on the wall. So in the front, it's 1.5 feet above the deck. And in that one corner, the right-hand corner, if you're looking at it from the road, there's a separation between the two walls. Can you explain why that's there?
Well, as we understood the fire department's rules for the size of the spaces between the deck and the Fairfax Market sign, the marquee sign there, when I was talking to the architect, I said, he was explaining to me the rules about, passageways for the trucks. And I didn't want to create like a little return there and chop off a corner of the deck. And he said, well, why don't we just take the whole corner out? Sort of architecturally, it's a little bit interesting. And we could fill it back in and put a 45-degree return there, I suppose. But he just kind of thought it looked cool, so I didn't argue with him. And to talk about the colors as well, I've been kind of arguing with the property owner. He sees the building as one big building, and I see it as my business and then the grocery store. And I would prefer to have the outside of my business be aesthetically
offset from the grocery store. The grocery store's got that 70s or 50s Art Deco design in the yellow colors, and it really doesn't appeal to me. And so part of the conversation that I continue to have with Naeem is, hey, can we take this whole side of the building and do sort of a more black and gray treatment to it, not to make it match the concrete, but to give it something that's a little bit different from the grocery store, because I think the grocery store is not great colors myself.
My other question is, how high is the fire pit? How tall is it?
Well, we haven't identified a product yet. We were going to make it, but I mean, it's the kind of thing that would be, I would say 12 to 16, 18 inches tall, and then have some gas fire thing in the center with some metal sort of structure to look like logs and make some heat as the fire was in it. I wouldn't expect the fire to be any higher than 2 or 3 feet. I mean, you're going to have low Adirondack style chairs around it. So people are going to be sitting on it, maybe 4 or 5 people at a time. It's not going to be something that people are going to stand around.
From your viewpoint, the fire pit and the fire would be higher than the patio walls in the front?
Yeah, it likely
Okay.
would be.
No, up, go. No, questions, any more questions? Go ahead.
I have some questions. It looks like, I went and took a quick look at the, where the proposed patio is, and based on the dimensions that are on here, you have it like, it says 18 feet. That whole area's been kind of graded up in order to put in the handicap parking.
Right.
So I think that there's still going to be that kind of
There'll be a little
berm-
slope up
that
to
berm
the wall.
thingy.
Yeah.
So that's going to be kind of exposed on the other side of the wall that's along the,
Exposed. Well, so we'll cut through the blacktop to build the footings for the foundation for the wall. And I imagine
have you tried to like map it out?
Mhm.
On the,
Yeah, put tape out there.
You're going to be beyond where that area is bermed right now?
No, it doesn't go all the way to the edge of it. That area was built up to create a compliant space because the whole property slopes all over the place.
Right, yeah.
And there's some question of whether or not that EDA space is actually compliant. The new one will be. So.
Well, yeah, that's one of my concerns because I think it's going to be kind of weird and that you're going to have this kind of flat and then it's going to berm. Now we kind of know that it's that way because of the parking, but I don't know if there's any solution for it now that it's going to have a different purpose. So that was one question I had. The other is because maybe something similar is going to have to happen then for these new handicap spaces because there's no parking lot that's flat.
No.
Unfortunately, the
No.
handicap spaces have to be flat. And what's shown here, the parking space will have to be reconfigured in order to meet the code, but that can be done in the building department. But I also, right now you just have the landing with the steps, and I don't
Correct.
think the front door, and you're right, the path of travel, I don't think really meets the handicap. So the patio, in a way, is going to solve a lot of
It does. Currently,
those
our
issues.
accessible entrance is the front door, the original
Right.
double front door.
Right. But I think that you're right, the sidewalk and all that, getting to that, I don't think meets
No,
the requirement. So
Yeah,
this
I
is
mean, I
gonna
haven't
help.
measured that part of it, but there's some of that, those would be questions for the property owner as well. I know that he's had surveys done and he's moved the ADA spots around as a result of feedback from, I'm not sure if it's the public or from the city.
Another question I had was, do you have any plan, because you said that's like the south side of the building, so it's
Yep.
going to be very sunny. Are you planning to put any kind of shade cloth or any other
No,
kind of?
not at the moment. I mean, so this whole project has been sort of in phases, partly because, some of these things take a long time coming in, asking for permission, and me being sort of needing to get in business and get rolling in order to start creating some revenue. I couldn't sort of ask for everything all at once, and so I've been sort of, this is phase 2. Phase 3 would well, be coming back and probably asking for some structure over the top where we could place some, gas heaters. In the application, it says some provisions will be created for potential future, patio heaters and things like that. But at the moment, no. And if the customers are uncomfortable because it's hot, we have air conditioning inside, and that's where I'd rather be on a hot day anyway. So, as I said, it's an alternative seating area for when the weather permits it.
Okay, and then lighting, what's the plan for lighting out there for after dark hours?
Yeah, as it's been put in the condition of Linda's report, simple sort of like, like dock lighting that sort of shines down that allows people to see what's around them. There's maybe the brightest light in Fairfax is in the middle of that parking lot. So it's like a big 4-bulb high-pressure sodium lamp tree thing. I may not even need to put lights out there for people to see their food.
Oh, okay. Because, I don't know, sometimes of them, these patios, all of a sudden, there'll be like these little patio twinkle lights, and the shade, things just appear that we didn't plan on when we went through this process.
So at the moment, there's some downward directed light that's fully recessed in the eave around the front of the big black glass windows there. I would expect they would provide some light for the customers that are closer to the walls. And then again, the perimeter lighting around the edge and that parking lot light. It's really unpleasant, that light.
They've made outstanding progress in LED directed lighting where it's low glare and it provides.
Nothing splashes.
Like stadium lighting has made, it'd be interesting if the property owner were willing to consider swapping that out where you'd get the lighting and no glare.
Well, I pay the bill on that one, so if we could find something that was a little more efficient, I'd be in favor of that as well.
Well, are you, so lighting that you're installing, would that be dark sky compliant lighting in your mind, or?
I mean, whatever conditions are put on it in the building department level, I would just comply with.
That was going to be one of my.
I had one more question
ahead.
about the hours of operation. So it looks like you're 7 to 10, Monday through Thursday, and 11 up to 11 on the weekend. So is that the same, you're proposing the same hours then for the patio?
Yeah, we're actually thinking about pulling our morning hours back to 8 o'clock starting next week, so not opening at 7. And then our hours are sort of dictated by the rest of the kitchen hours. So we say the kitchen closes at 9 Sunday through Thursday, and 10 on Friday and Saturday. Usually when the kitchen closes, people start to leave pretty quickly after that. So and then we kick everybody out within an hour after that. So 11 o'clock's the latest there would be people present. At that point, we would say, okay, time to go somewhere else.
I think that's all of my questions.
I have actually a follow-up question. Are there any hose bibs out on that side? I'm looking at this as an opportunity for some plants, pots, or something.
I had thought about that. In the original, I had a chat with Linda about it, and she said, well, there's the fire department and the sort of vegetation plan management and things like that, native plants, fire-resistant plants and things like that. So I sort of backed off of that part of the plan as part of the initial build-out of it. I agree, having some little vine that covers the front of that wall would be really nice. We're going to have to put gas and electricity, and getting water out there wouldn't be very hard either. So
Okay, yeah, it doesn't have to be on the little wall. It could be, in the up against the building or something. Just some green relief would be nice.
yeah, I agree with you. It's just having a conversation with the landlord, because as I said, he sees the building as one big property, even though it's two distinctly different businesses, and I would prefer to set our business aside and make it look different from the grocery store so people don't get confused. Because they come in, they go, well, this is not the grocery store.
Any last questions for the applicant?
I have some. I went by your place today for the first time since you have remodeled and put the cafe in. And I was impressed with how many people were in there. It looks like you have a nice menu. I might go back and check out your BLT.
I hope you do.
But my big concern with your plans is that And I understand you're wanting to put an outdoor space. That's a good place for it. However, I don't believe the design you're proposing does anything to improve the asphalt nature of that entire area. I would much prefer to see, I know you, since you're right in the roadway, you need some kind of a concrete base to protect people.
Yep.
But either some fencing or some trellis work or something that actually does change the parking lot look and feel of the whole place to create an enhanced environment and appearance there. What you have is, in my opinion, it's just more parking lot design. So I'm wondering if you would be willing to do something like that. Might even be cheaper than the amount of concrete that you'll be pouring out there. I don't believe that an opening of 10 inches between the wall is an architectural detail in my book.
Are we
My
discussing?
question is,
Okay.
you asked for questions.
Okay.
My question is if you're willing to do something to create some trellis work or something that makes that a more interesting environment. I also have one concern in terms of, I drove in and parked at the first parking space by your architectural opening in the wall. And there's 4 big posts there to keep people from driving
Where the lamp,
the center aisle.
the light pole is right there.
Right, well, the light pole is there, but then there's the 4 5-foot poles in front. So I pulled in right there, and I noticed as I pulled out, I had to drive in between the posts, the corner of the building, and the big sign, which I see on the plans is marked as 20 feet.
Yep.
Is not 25 feet a requirement for a driveway, or is the 20 feet appropriate? It seemed a little snug to me. But those are in particular, my question of enhancing the design overall.
Absolutely. I'd be open to putting up some sort of trellis design. I'm hoping that doesn't push us off into another meeting. My hope would be that we can move through the permit process as quickly as possible and we can take advantage of spring. I think summer it's going to be really hot there, and so...
I'm not sure about that without seeing actual design work.
So, as I said, I'm open to it. Do I want to modify my application at this point to do that? I would be inclined to say no unless you require it. There's a lot that goes into that. I think that there's some things that we could do with details as far as colors and aesthetic design details, whether it's surface textures as Linda's recommended or paint colors or things like that. I mean, it's possible that we could sort of help to make it disappear against that wall as opposed to being something that's super visible, either by painting it matching colors or in using matching textures and materials as we would like to.
Well, I'm not sure about that, but thank you for your response. I appreciate that.
If I could just add one thing, that Mr. Faircloth has also indicated an intention as the budget allows to go to a phase 3 that would probably integrate or incorporate the various continued aesthetic refinements that you're mentioning. So
I could appreciate that if we could have some feel in advance of what might be coming forth down the pike, but that's all I have to say for now. Thank you.
Okay, and our code requires a 20-foot for two-way traffic.
that's fairly standard for a commercial parking lot.
Thank you.
That's all? Okay.
That's it.
Thank you.
So I'm going to open it up to public time, public comment on this application. Is there anyone that would like to speak to it?
Hello, Rick Hamer, Bolinas Road. First thing, I really like the idea that they're putting some outdoor seating there. And I've been there. I was, in fact, there last night. It would be really nice. Indoors, it's quite live acoustically. It'd be really nice to be able to get outside where it's not so loud and live acoustically. So I really favor that. I think it's a good addition to Fairfax, this establishment. But there are some concerns that I have that I'd like to bring up. One is I think the outdoor hours extending beyond the noise ordinance limit of 10 p.m., because that's when the transition occurs, I think is a dangerous precedent. Most of the other outdoor seating, such as Iron Springs and the Village Saki and other establishments, they close early. There's only one that I can think of that has seating adjoining a public space. That's 123 Bolinas. And quite honestly, when it's laid out on a Saturday or Sunday night, it is pretty annoying how much sound there is there. So that's one thing I would suggest, is to change the operating hours to be in compliance to the noise ordinance. And that would be 10 p.m. On any day of the week. Secondly, I would like the commission to consider an addition to the conditions of posting no smoking signs. An area like this, which has no statement saying whether or not smoking is permitted or not, will tend to become a smoking patio. And I'm modeling this mainly after, I go back quite a ways. I'm modeling this after Marin Brewing Company, which actually originally allowed outdoor seating. It was very good, and they had the low barriers like this establishment had. And when they could afford it, they built up the higher walls. And it worked pretty well. It was pretty easy to enforce the beer not going too far away. But I do think that that's a no smoking patio, incidentally. And I do think that needs to be emphasized. But I really hope that this goes forward. I hope it goes forward today. And I thank the commission and the staff's consideration for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak?
Cindy, could we ask the applicant about the non-smoking signage before you close the hearing? Yeah.
Yes.
Do you have thoughts about the comment about the posting no smoking on the outdoor?
Yeah, it's actually, it's become a bother to me as well, because there isn't a defined outside area. People just think they just need to go outside in order to smoke, if that's what they want to do. I don't smoke. I used to, and I don't like it at all. So I will be posting signs, because it's starting to also, not, in addition to being sort of obnoxious if you're sitting near a door, if the door blows open, the smell of it, but there's also the litter from it. And then as far as complying with the noise ordinance, I don't have any problem with closing the deck at 10 o'clock every day. It's no problem at all.
So seeing no more public comment, I'm going to bring this back to the commission. So thoughts on my right? Any?
So my initial thinking was a little bit of concern because, and I'm just referring to the aerial photograph, just in terms of kind of distraction from the road. Because when I'm driving on Sir Francis Drake and I come kind of around, that road's kind of curved, and you can see that pedestrian sidewalk, and then you have the driveway that goes into the market. And it's a very distracting, almost left-right view, and I worry about creating more distraction by having people kind of out there. That's the first thing. And then that kind of led me to think, well, if they had a more comprehensive design that made it maybe less visible, not less visible, but more attractive and so on, then, I think maybe it would be fine. And I do agree with the public, that it needs to be open not as late. And I do think that we should be seeing the replacement of the bike parking, because I think that's kind of the draw of this place, is to get your bike fixed while you drink and eat and do sports bar-y stuff. Thank you.
No, let's wait on that for now.
Yeah, I think I disagree, Michelle, with what you're saying. One of the things I really like about this location now is it's kind of woken up that side of town. And I mean, there was a great party there on a Friday night, and just going by and seeing all the people inside through the glass windows, it kind of made me excited. That side of town seems kind of dead a lot of the time. Everybody goes to Iron Springs or 19 Broadway, and it just kind of woke it up on a Friday night. And I thought that was great. And I kind of like the idea of having, not distracting drivers, but having something that is appealing on that side of our downtown, that draws people in. I don't ride a bike. I don't go there to get my bike fixed, and I don't drink. I go there. They have a really good price for a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. So I'm just saying that, I actually want to encourage something that looks like there's something lively happening, there's something going on that's going to bring people who might be headed towards West Moraine to pull over and say, oh, let's go here and see what's going on. So I kind of had a little different take on it from you for that reason. And I can totally get behind this application.
Phil?
Yeah, I feel a lot like Mimi, too. I frequent the Fairfax market, and it's pretty dull in that area. M&G is great, and the new station is great, and I think this will add more of that to this area, which kind of needs it. And, as long as it sort of blends in, but I think the activity there won't be so much a distraction as an attraction. And hopefully, that's right, people driving out of town might stop, and you've fixed my bike several times over there. I haven't availed you of food that you serve, but it's great to have a bike shop there too.
My left?
Yeah, one other comment. When I was driving over there today, there's a driveway on either side of the big Monument Market sign. And this is no fault of the applicant, I guess, but it was really hard for me to see where that driveway was. It was dark. I got there at 6:30, and there were cars behind me, and I was slowing down, and I thought, I tried the turn, and then I realized, no, that's still sidewalk there, and then I finally hit the turn. So some way to either mark it or paint that red or something so that it stands out at night, I think would be really helpful. And while I agree with it being a good addition to the town, and I like the energy there, I don't bike either, but I'm looking forward to a couple of your sandwiches. But I am concerned about the asphalty look and feel of it. I would really like to see some designs, some more interesting designs there.
Laura?
For me, I'm fine with the use. I think it's a great idea, but I have a lot of questions that I still need answered before I could approve it, and I would like to suggest a continuance. Just, I think that Norma's suggestions were good, and I want the details, and the town also wanted clarification on the colors, but I really need to see the details of how this this wall is around the patio, and if there's, how it's connected to the existing parking lot with the hump and all of that. At this point, I can't really, I would need to have those details before I could approve it, and I don't think it's going to delay the application at all, because those details need to be part of the building permit application. So, you know, maybe we need to see the whole thing, and, you know, and then it can be ready to go to the building department right after that.
Esther?
Gee, you just made that tough. I think this is a great project. I feel the same way as most of my fellow commissioners. I think this is going to open up that building. I love my Fairfax Market, but it is very antiquated and closed off. It's not very inviting. And this is a good attempt to open it up a little bit and bring some life to this area. Part of me agrees that I think staff can take care of the design details, but on the other hand, we usually do require a little bit more, even if this is phase one of the patio, because you do intend to do more beautification in the future. So what was it again, Linda, you were proposing that you would review the design revisions? You were asking...
The planning director.
The planning director would have the design review
Right,
authority.
and he would have to, meet with his design professionals to come up with some kind of alternative. But I mean, we have a lot of great artists in town that can do, murals on the side and maybe vines. I mean, there's all different kinds of ways that wall could be made, greener or be made to look better than just a flat gray.
Yeah.
But we don't design it for them. They have to come up with their own proposals.
Right, but it would be at the discretion of your design review to approve it and take it to building.
That's what we're recommending, but, that you guys have the authority to continue it and ask to see what the treatment of the wall is going to be, if you don't feel comfortable leaving that up to staff.
Because at that time, what staff is proposing really is to modify the color of the wall as it is, or add
No.
tile, or...
Not necessarily.
That was the only suggestion that I
You want me to read the condition? The way we worded it? We weren't trying to dictate that it just be colored. I thought we said textured, colored, or some kind of, here, I'll find it. Thank you. We used that word, didn't we? Adornment.
It's phase 3, number 4. The wall around the outdoor seating will be painted or textured or adorned with some type of ornamentation in a manner that will increase the articulation of the improvement.
Right.
The design will be subject to review and approval by the Planning Commission. Is there another sentence that...
Nope, that's it.
Okay.
Planning director. Sorry.
So, I'm inclined to give the planning director the discretion for that wall. I think in this case, just because I think it is important to keep moving this forward, if it were the layout, the size, I would say, yeah, bring it back. But if it's just the articulation of the wall, then I would support this. I think the applicant has done everything according to our requirements in the past, and I think it would be good to continue developing this area in the future. So it better be nice.
So my comments on this is I have concerns about it as well, and I have concerns about the low wall in the front, even where the wall doesn't meet, and it doesn't meet because there was concerns about public safety, vehicles accessing that. I have concerns that this is going to be in the same
plain as the front of the building, and there's plans for a fire pit there. When that wall is 1.5 feet above the decking, and the fire can go above that wall, and that's right on the main Sir Francis Drake. And I also have, so the fire pit for me is a concern. I also have concerns, as some others have mentioned, about the hours. The applicant talks about doing this in phases, and maybe another phase would be putting heaters up. I would much prefer, and one of the questions I didn't ask the applicant was if he had considered, instead of a design with very low walls, having some other kind of design where it's perhaps more enclosed. We have, for example, at the restaurant across, we've got a fire pit, but that's all kind of an enclosed space for gathering there. So I didn't know if there would be consideration to a different type of barrier, a different type of wall around that encloses it a little bit more. Applicant had said, he's doing this in phases, excuse me, and he wants to put in heaters potentially. We don't have information on the lighting. I would rather see this come back with a fuller plan for all of that, for me to be able to approve it for the design review aspect and the use permit.
After hearing Commissioner Caroline, and she's an architect, concerns about the plans, and I looked at them and I thought they were pretty good, but obviously they aren't construction plans. I am also concerned about the details of the wall, and yeah, I love the project. I just think there's some things that need to be clarified. So that's kind of where I'm at too at this point, is getting the more details and leave it up to staff to work through the look and feel of the design of the treatments once built.
Let me ask Commission a question. Is everybody comfortable with the fire pit in that location with those low walls on Sir Francis Drake and visible?
I have or I don't know if it's a question or a comment. I think the applicant said that he had not specified this actual fixture, and I know that you can control the output. Maybe we do need more detail on that, or maybe that's something that's controlled by building. So I think that is an unknown. It's not determined. There isn't a spec for it. I'm not sure if it's the question would be, can you provide a specification, or can you put stops on it, limits on it, so that it's not, because I understand your concern, that you won't be able to control it beyond the boundary. Is that?
Well, I think my concern is when you have in the front, you've got a wall that's 1.5 feet above the decking, that I know that I would assume that any fire pit, and you're having that in the front of the building, is going to go above that wall, so that flame and that fire pit's going to be visible on Sir Francis Drake as people are driving through town or down that path. And that just concerns me from its location. And I think to me it goes to more of the comments that these aren't detailed enough for us to do, from my perspective, a design review.
Fire pits, there's some great stuff out there, to look into, like dining tables with glass bubbles in them, that have a little fire going and it keeps the people warm. Those things are really smaller, not as visible, but it's not as I'm not as concerned about that. I think it's quite controllable. My concern is more about the details of the walls, according to Commissioner Caroline.
Can I ask some questions of the commission? I don't understand your concern about the visibility of the fire pit as opposed to danger. So I'm trying to understand, Cindy. Can you explain that?
I think it's more the visibility. Where we have that in town, it's in an enclosed area. I'm just not comfortable with having a fire pit in an outdoor area where you're going to see it. It's not in the back of the patio, it's right up there at the front. And when you drive through, you're going to be seeing that flame or that fire pit going at night. I'm not comfortable with that from a design perspective and driving through town.
And then, Laura, could I ask you, you said you had concerns about the details. I mean, are you talking about wanting to see the design details, or were there other elements of the details that you were concerned about?
It's the wall around the side, and also I'm concerned about, and Norma mentioned it too, and she probably said it a little more eloquently than I did, about how it's attached to the parking lot, because now it just seems like it's an extension of the parking lot, and I think this could be a really great space. So I'm hoping if maybe we have the details, because right now it just looks like it's part of the parking lot. And maybe the details can show that it's, maybe some of the wall heights, it's hard to tell from the drawings here, like how high some of the walls are. I really like the idea, I really like the space, but its attachment to the grade, and especially how that area is kind of flat, and then it berms. There's just some little things I think that need to be worked out as part of the overall, that would be part of the building permit process, but they're also related to the design review aspects of the project. And also, Cindy, about the fire pit, I'm trying to think of how Good Earth has one on the right, at the kind of at the corner of the building right along. But I can't remember if there's a solid wall there or is there a rail. I can't remember.
They've got a fireplace on that outdoor eating area, so it's different. You don't see it.
The one in Mill Valley has the fire pit in the middle. It's very similar to this design, but that's much bigger, that patio.
But also, the Good Earth has fire pits, but they have interesting walls, and it's scaled, and there's landscaping, and there's trellis work, and there's a whole design there.
But you also can't see that fireplace from
It's not in your face as
when you
drive
go by.
I don't know what the big deal is seeing the fire pit. I can't quite figure that out. To me, it's kind of an attractive thing. I'm more really concerned about, the fixture of the wall to the parking lot, not making it look like part of the parking lot, because it's going to be a beautiful idea. We might as well have it enhance the area. So although I was like 99% there, this technical issue is bothering me a lot.
So, and maybe I need to take kind of a sensing, how do we feel about getting more details back? What in continuing this, and what would we be looking for? One of my questions also is when we look at that front of the wall, where the wall isn't continuous, because it had to have that cutout for the public safety. I would like to see that looked at as well. But how do we feel about bringing this back?
Okay,
We'll start on one end. We'll start on your end.
My sense is that while I really love the idea of this outdoor deck, I think it could be fabulous, I could not at this time approve the current design. I'm not concerned so much with the fireplace as I am with the monotonous look and feel of that concrete wall that does nothing to enhance the design or the look and feel of the entire place. And again, there's issues about the different grading. I believe you'll need to make significant changes when you start constructing from what we see in your drawings today. And so I would greatly appreciate a continuance with some more focus on the design and the integration of the entire site.
Through the chair, it's getting to be kind of late, and we have probably the number one item with our two town attorneys sitting in the audience. I think we've got a pretty good idea of what the commission wants in terms of design improvements and aesthetic improvements, and I would recommend that you simply continue this item with the direction given so far and provide the applicants an opportunity to return with revised designs for the March 21 meeting.
Do I hear a motion?
Could I ask a question? Do we need to get the applicant's approval for this continuance? No? Okay, then
Well, also it is to the applicant's advantage because it doesn't have to be renoticed and they don't have to pay any additional funding to do the continuance, so it saves them money.
So do I have a motion to continue this to the March 21st?
Should we ask them if they're...
Would you be willing to continue this?
Or denial.
Thank you. All right.
I mean, I think given what you've heard, some of the commissioners are prepared to not approve this. So the continuance at least gets you to address some of their concerns and hopefully have a majority approval.
Before you say anything, I see your pain, I really do.
I've had worse, don't worry. The bike parking is actually addressed in one of the 3D renderings. The space that's created the void between the ADA spot and the new east wall is going to be bike parking. And so the bike parking that's missing now in front of the south wall is going to be moved over to the west end of the deck. It's an ugly building. There's no way around it. And what we're doing is, I mean, it's a concrete, stucco, and glass and aluminum building made in the 60s that hasn't been improved. I can see your point that it's not like, it doesn't have a whole lot of designiness, this deck that we're trying to put there. My concern is that what we come back with, if we spend a whole lot of time trying to make this outside patio look really cool, it's going to look like something's been screwed to the side of an old building. And I think the architect did, well, you could argue design is subjective, but you could argue that he's tried to make this look as much like the existing building as possible. With a coat of paint, it almost, like I said, it could disappear. Now, if my options are to give up my application for this project or to continue it to next week, I would choose to continue.
Thank you.
Not
To the next month.
Next month.
All right. So did I hear a motion?
The motion, since it was my suggestion. So I move to continue 2020 Sir Francis Drake for the outdoor patio dining area so that we can get more information, details for related to the design review aspects of the application.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute break. So our next item is discussion, consider local cannabis regulations, and provide direction to staff. And before we ask for the staff report,
I wanted to make a couple comments on this. One of the reasons for Ben's question about availability for a special meeting is that in the staff report,
Oh, okay.
is our moratorium ends October 31st of this year, and we need to complete our work here on the Planning Commission as far as drafting new code in time to give it to the council so that they can do their work on it and have their public meetings on it so that we can have final regulations by the time the moratorium ends. So Ben had asked about availability that we'll get into for a special meeting for the commission just to address this. And I think kind of from a time-wise standpoint, if we got something to like a final draft to the council by their May meeting at the last, thinking that we would have a special meeting that would hopefully get a draft or, together that staff could then return to us at a following meeting, we would be able to then get something to the council in May, right?
The goal is to get to council at their May meeting.
Okay.
And that is May 1st, I believe. It's early, so.
Okay. So as we go through this, I know in our prior discussions, we haven't had unanimous consent on some of the items. So as we work towards this, I think we all have to do this with the idea that there will be some compromise or some coming together so that we could get something finalized from our position to get to council. So I just wanted to put that out there. And then the second piece is from the last meeting, we had a couple questions regarding medical cultivation with the Compassionate Use Act. And we had asked for a report back on that, as well as wanting to find out from the town staff if we had under the current regulations, if we had any exceptions requested, and if so, what was the outcome of that? So I know we got the first part of that, which was great. So if, Ben, during your staff report, you could address the second piece of that, that would be great.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. That was a very good summary of both our timing challenges and some of the areas we're covering. As your commission is aware, at the January 17th meeting, we went over much of what we had been working on to date. In terms of background, you can see that the town has really come a very long way since the November 2017 commercial cannabis moratorium was enacted by the council, and which has been extended for that maximum 2-year period. And that the town's formal review began with a panel discussion in December of 2017. And since then, there have been 13 either town council or planning commission meetings or workshops. So arriving at the last January 2019 planning commission meeting, I think we were getting fairly focused on what range of topics we were discussing. And one of the things we elected to do in the staff report in this PowerPoint is not kind of reiterate the categories that we've either eliminated or put off. If you have interest about that, you can certainly review back to that. The objectives tonight are actually to review draft town code revisions that we are presenting to your commission for the first time in most cases, although the personal cultivation chapter was reviewed briefly by our commission at the last January meeting. And with those draft code revisions, two of which your commission has never seen before, we are asking that you provide direction on those ordinances and any issues and options that are attendant thereto. The three chapters that we are looking at tonight are Chapter 17-110. This was formerly the medical marijuana chapter. It has now been changed to the commercial cannabis uses, recognizing the broader context that that regulation is addressing. And I will be presenting that portion. Amanda Sharn, who's been working very diligently on all these regulations, is going to be presenting Chapter 5.56. This gets into the business chapter, and this relates to commercial cannabis business permits. And then finally, at the end, since the commission has already discussed this, if we continue to have questions, and we can get into our responses to maybe some of those medical cultivation questions. So what we have in the chapter, the newly titled Chapter 17-110, Commercial Cannabis Uses, are a series of sections. One of those has to do with definitions, and what I will do is just kind of point out the highlights. And one of the key provisions has to do with the definitions of youth centers. And as your commission is aware, the state's definitions of schools, youth centers, have to do with their 600-foot default buffer distance. So when we get into how we define those items, it does directly impact on what would be included or not included in that 600-foot buffer. And so that language is right there. And what I'd probably like to do is just finish this discussion, and then when we get to the key issues portion, then when your commission has questions or comments, we can respond to those. The second section of that new commercial cannabis chapter, or the revised one, has to do with commercial cannabis prohibited uses unless specifically allowed. And this refers to the fact that unless we are specifically allowing it, those other categories recognized under state law would be not permitted. The third has something to do with what the commission has spent a lot of time working on, cannabis retail uses. Those have to do with development standards. It governs storefronts and delivery-only retail operations, and where they can be located. And this has to do with the CH and CL zones for storefronts, the CH and CC zones, highway commercial and central commercial zones for storefronts, and the CH, CC, and CL zones for delivery-only businesses. It's noted that per the commission's prior consensus direction, the maximum size of such businesses are still proposed, or would continue to be proposed, at 1,500 square feet, and that the parking would be per the town's existing retail standards for storefronts and industrial standards for delivery only. And then the question would be, does the commission believe that there should be additional parking spaces for delivery vehicles associated with the delivery business aspects? And this diagram on the slide right now reminds the commission of the fairly limited areas that are available in town outside of the state's 600-foot buffer zones. There was commission consensus at the last meeting that the 600-foot buffer would apply to retail storefronts. And the buffer would also apply to schools, daycare, and youth centers. But the question would be, should those buffer zones only apply around schools for delivery-only businesses? If we end up with delivery-only businesses in town, is there some consideration that we would adjust those buffers and eliminate certain restrictions for certain type of youth uses for that delivery-only business. The second key issue, and this is something that the commission didn't come to a consensus on an exact number, but we have parameters at this point, and that has to do with the number of businesses. And what we're looking at here, and I think some of the commissioners were drilling down to whether we're really talking about discrete storefronts as being the key numerical limit, or if we're trying to say we're looking at the type of business instead. It was pointed out at the last meeting that we don't know exactly what businesses may want to come in as. It could be medical storefronts, although that business modality in and of itself appears to be threatened at this point. It could be adult use retail. It could be delivery, or it could be any combination of the three. And certainly when we look at the state and the businesses that are licensed by the state, we are seeing a lot of combination businesses. So that's one of the questions, has to do with what is the limit that your commission wishes to direct. If we can't reach an exact number, which I know the commission has discussed at length, we're comfortable with simply having parameters, some range of numbers, recognizing that the town council is going to be making the final decision on that. So that's something that, as you go through your deliberations tonight, I don't think you need to worry about whether you get it to an exact number, but we're simply looking at, should we apply that to discrete locations? And if there are questions about the types of uses and splitting out the numbers for that. Let's see what else. Yes, and another key question is when we come up with that numerical limit, should that or should that not include the existing medical marijuana dispensary that also, as you know, now includes an adult recreation delivery only component. So in summary, the key policy questions for your commission tonight associated with Chapter 17-110 have to do with direction pertaining to the youth centers and other youth facilities as it relates to types of businesses and buffers, to confirm what types of uses should be allowed in what commercial zones, to decide on if there are different buffers that might be desired for storefront versus delivery-only businesses, deciding on the number of businesses, if we can winnow that down or come up with a specific number, and whether that should be a cumulative cap or whether there should be separate carve-outs for medical-only and or delivery-only businesses, and direction on parking standards. And at this point, we could go straight into, Amanda could take over the Chapter 5-56, or if your commission wants to stop at this point and review those key policy questions pertaining to 17-110, whatever your commission desires.
What
Point of order, wouldn't we need to open it up for public comment before we had a discussion?
Well, we're not at the discussion piece yet. What I want is to open it up for 17-110 for any questions that the commission may have of staff before we even get to public comment.
I have no questions on 17.11.
Esther, any questions?
I'm curious. I'm curious how you think you get to consensus on there not being buffers when not everyone's in agreement. In my mind, consensus means we agree. It doesn't mean you've got one person in disagreement and everybody else in agreement. We were unable to reach consensus, but a majority feels some way. I don't think you get consensus on the buffer zones unless we were unanimous.
If there isn't unanimous opinion, it's acknowledged that what we would do in making our presentation to the council would be to note that there was a difference of opinion by certain commissioners.
But what I heard in your report was there was consensus among the commission as to keeping the buffer zones. My recollection is I was not in favor of the buffer zones unless we were going to open, I was not in favor of the buffer zones unless we were going to open it up to all the different, I can't even remember, but I know I wasn't in favor of that, so that's what I'm harping on. And it's a question as to what you think consensus means.
Well, we could parse the discrete meaning of consensus. I would say that from staff's standpoint, it indicates a majority opinion.
Well, I would appreciate when you present to the town council the position of the planning commission, you not represent that there is consensus when you have one commissioner opposed. In my view, the word consensus suggests that everybody is in agreement. We all consent. If you don't have consensus, I really strongly am objecting to the idea that you would tell the town council that we have consensus down the planning commission.
Any other questions on the right side as far as 17-110?
Yeah, there's a mention in the, your definitions discussion that the definitions include school to reflect state law. This definition differs from the town definition of school, and that my question is, how does it differ?
Good evening. Amanda Charn here. Good evening. Thanks for having me. The town's definition of school is much broader and flexible. I could pull it up for you, but the definition in state law specifically refers to kindergarten through, I believe, high school.
I think we have two definitions, because we've been down this road before. We have two definitions in Title 17 for school. One is in the general definition section, and then, which is like one sentence that doesn't really say anything. And then we have another definition that's more in line with the state's definition in 17-110. So I think maybe the comment there was that it was totally different from the general Title 17 definitions.
Correct. The definition in Chapter 17.008 is very generic, like you said, and it's a place for systematic instruction in any branch or branches of knowledge versus the definition used in, oh, there is?
Yeah, it's pretty much similar to what we're proposing.
Oh, interesting. Okay. So then I guess, yes, there's also another definition of school in the medical marijuana dispensary ordinance. So this would be yet another, the proposed ordinance has yet another definition of school that's updated to reflect Prop 64 and the buffers.
But that's in essence the same as the current medical dispensary definition is, I believe.
Very similar.
Yeah.
Didn't we go through a whole thing about the daycare in the alley, Mono Alley, being considered a school for these purposes? And I don't think it would meet this definition.
Wasn't that school, didn't they have kindergarten?
Yeah, that would be, I believe that is included within the buffer.
But it's not included in the definition, is what I'm saying. I thought we went through this whole thing when the owners of that nursery school came to us at one of our public meetings a couple of years ago and were advocating that they be included as the school. And I thought we had all agreed that that was appropriate, right?
I don't know, I don't recall that we agreed on considering them a school versus a daycare. But any other questions? Michelle?
I have a question on the definition of cannabis as it relates to allowed uses. So the definition of cannabis on attachment 1 number A, includes extractions, compounds, manufacturers, derivatives, mixtures, preparation, resin, etc. And then when you look at the body of the ordinance itself, it's talking about retail of that or delivery of that. I guess in my head, I was thinking about the physical plant, but this definition enables them to do extractions and some of the other things that we had been talking about, maybe wanting to allow, and then we all agreed that wasn't going to happen for some reason.
Can I ask a general question, because we'll have other questions on the definitions? Are all of these definitions out of the state code, word for word?
Largely, unless there's certain things that I've added or suggest adding that would clarify state law or tie together different concepts that are found elsewhere. For example, the definition of cannabis expressly under this excludes industrial hemp. That's also part of Prop 64, but it's not in the definition. If you look just at the definition of cannabis under Prop 64, you have to kind of jump through a few statutory cross-references to find that industrial hemp is not intended to be included, whereas here I just put in that statement that industrial hemp would not be included, as an example.
So it would probably be helpful for us to kind of know where the definitions are derived from, and if they've been enhanced isn't the right word, but if they've been changed from like state definitions.
Sure, and we could either do that tonight, or if you want kind of supplement or for the next meeting, I'd be happy to do that.
One thing it should be noted that, as Commissioner Rodriguez pointed out, when we're talking about cannabis and cannabis products, we're not simply dealing with the plant. We are talking about a variety of derived products. Not that they would be manufacturing on site itself, but that they would be selling, which is understandable. Most of the retailers do have products beyond simply plants, buds themselves.
I know one of the things I asked, and probably looking at the titles of these drafts, I had asked if it was feasible, since we had a separate cultivation chapter along with the dispensary one, if we could take all of our cannabis and combine it into one chapter, so we didn't have the cultivation out as part of a miscellaneous. I don't know. I mean, looking at how this new chapter is titled, it may not fit, but I would like some consideration of that, if that's workable, so that we don't have them split out, at least those two pieces of it. So my question was, I don't know if staff had a chance to think about that, and this was the result.
I think Director Berto had mentioned that. I think it came a little too late to meet the packet deadline for this evening, but it's definitely something we could put together for the next meeting, whenever that should be. I
Okay.
don't see any reason not to.
And
Can
on
I
those,
just clarify that point? Ask you, Madam Chair, that point. So you're talking about having the personal cultivation be another section under 17-110. Okay, yeah, thanks.
yes. And on the definitions, storefront retailer, and that definition applies to either medical or recreational, correct?
Correct. So this is actually one of those areas that I should highlight is partly an enhanced local definition. So the definition, well, Prop 64 doesn't have a great definition of retail. It defines sale. So the definition of, let's see, storefront retailer, cannabis retailer, and, well, storefront retailer comes from the BCC's licensing provisions, but those are my attempts to kind of pull together a lot of concepts to clarify and distinguish between retail sales versus wholesale distribution, which also involves some sales.
And then youth center, I know you have an optional piece in here that we'll talk about at some point, but the definition of the youth center, is that straight out of state, or has that been enhanced?
That's from state.
Okay. So, and I guess I would be interested from staff when we look at primarily used to host recreational social activities. I think, and we could do this for next time, I'd want to know what that would entail as far as locations or facilities in town. And then probably a comment I'll have related to how we approach this. Let me ask it now. I know when we talk about, when we look at what we have in town, in our downtown area, and you look at buffers, it's pretty small area that are outside all of these buffers. And I know that there has been a desire on the commission to have competition in town and have some availability in town. So my question is it feasible to have exception processes built into this that would, and I may be getting ahead of myself, that would allow maybe use permits, or if there were specific locations that came up that seemed to be acceptable and had parking and were out of certain pedestrian traveling areas. Is it possible to have like a use permit ability if those came up that may be sitting on the outskirts of some buffer, to be able to have a use permit where those, if they came up, got some kind of planning commission use permit, public hearing review, if they seem to be a fit for what we want to accomplish? And I guess that's just maybe a question, and I don't know if you can answer it now, and maybe that's something that goes back later. I just don't know if there's a way to have multiple processes kind of built into this, if that makes sense.
Does make sense, and it's something that other cities have looked at. I don't know of any cities that have actually adopted that, but I know at least one other city looked at building in some sort of kind of not safety valve, but flexibility in the buffers to kind of consider site-specific factors. So that's something we could look at for the next meeting as well. I don't know that we would recommend a use permit. I mean, that kind of ties into the discussion of the proposed chapter 5.56. But we could look at incorporating that idea of flexibility with the buffers, as you suggested.
Any other questions for staff?
Following up on the chairman's suggestion, I think that's a good question. I think that's a great idea. So, but couldn't we make it that if there is one of these exceptions to a buffer, that it comes back to the planning commission for review of just that aspect? And I think the public would, I would prefer that. I have a feeling the public would like to see some public discussion of buffer zone exception.
So go ahead.
We were just thinking that whether it was by the planning commission, either way, it would be part of the application itself. So it would be subject to a public hearing and a public process. But, we can discuss those details a little bit more later.
So from a process standpoint, if there aren't any more questions on 17-110, would the commission want to just focus on that section for right now and then open it up to public comment? Or what's the feeling with the other two sections that we will need to address?
My recommendation is we get through the staff report. Otherwise, I think it's going to take us longer. I don't know, my 2 cents.
And then we just do one public comment for everything and move forward. It's 11 o'clock.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so as Director Berto was just explaining, Chapter 17 has been, 17-110, has been revised to reflect the commercial cannabis land use considerations in a post-Prop 64 landscape. Key among them is restoring the concept of permissive zoning so that commercial cannabis uses are only allowed when the town expressly and affirmatively elects to allow them. The current proposal or the current discussion is centered on allowing retail uses only, storefront and non-storefront, and sets forth some objective development standards to address those land use issues for the retail uses. And then we also then require, are proposing to require discretionary permit under Chapter 5.56, and this would be a commercial cannabis business permit, not a use permit. We believe this would satisfy the desires to have a discretionary decision-making process, to have limited term permits that are not transferable and cannot be sold unless there are exceptions built in to the ordinance, and to allow the town to have review over the individual operators of a specific business, especially their criminal background. And the business permit process also provides the town the flexibility to amend operational regulations as needed to address safety issues and state laws. Constantly evolves in this early post-legalization period. So let's see. So just to give you an overview of the permit process that, and just keep in mind also, this is an initial kind of draft concept for the Planning Commission to consider, definitely open to input and suggestions. But I think what we discussed at the last meeting was we wanted to just get some concept out there to start the discussion. So here's what we came up with is first, so 3 phases. First phase would be pre-screening by town staff to review the application for general compliance with the municipal code, including the zoning standards that are set forth in Chapter 17-110. and the underlying zone, whether it's CHCC or CL for delivery only. Staff would review to ensure that applicants meet any minimum application requirements and that all required materials have been submitted, and kind of do a check whether any additional discretionary reviews, approvals would be needed, such as design review, traffic impact permits, sign permits. Make sure that that the applicants are submitting a complete package and giving the town a full picture of the project, of the business, and any related projects. Phase 2 would be, so once the pre-screening is complete, the town manager would refer the application to the scoring body to complete review of the application. And then phase 3 would be, once the scoring body has approved proposed awardees, the applicant, all owners of the business, and managers would submit their live scan, and the police department would review criminal history to verify whether there are any specified disqualifying convictions. And then once the criminal history has been approved, the town manager would issue the commercial cannabis business permit. Other permits, so, well, I won't jump ahead of myself. So we'll first start with the application scoring process. So what we had discussed is to have a merit-based scoring criteria. The staff's still working on what those should be, and we welcome any input from the Planning Commission, but we put up some ideas of what this could include, such as business experience, product sourcing, whether that be local or organic or what have you, innovative business models, quality what the town would be looking for in terms of a quality operating plan, and neighborhood compatibility issues such as discrete signage or aesthetics, and then any other community benefits. The scoring process still needs to be fleshed out, whether it would be collectively decided, so, the scoring body, whether that's, if that's the Planning Commission, would the whole Planning Commission have to come to a unanimous decision on the score, or would each member have pick a score and then it's averaged? There's lots of room for flexibility there. But it's thought that we'd set some threshold, such as 80%, to be a qualifying application, and then if there are more applicants than available permits, the awards would go based on high score. And then, oops. Oh, yep. So that's the scoring process. Part of the application process, and what our thinking is at this point, is that any discretionary approvals, such as design review, any parking variances, any traffic impact permit or signage permits, would be applied for and issued concurrently with the commercial cannabis business permit, and that would be so that it's an efficient process. Businesses just go through it once, and then it avoids kind of the two bites at the apple problems that have come up in some communities. The thought right now, is that we wouldn't necessarily change the triggers for any of these permits. It would be based on the existing zoning requirements and zoning standards for the applicability of, for example, design review. And then there is the question, the way Chapter 5.56 is drafted right now is I just put in the generic term scoring body because I think there's a kind of policy issue or an outstanding question about who should be the scoring body. whether that's the town council or the planning commission. I know there's been interest expressed by the commission to be the scoring body, but kind of when we were putting together how all this would work, especially with, for example, traffic impact permits, the code currently requires the town council to issue the approval there for the TIPs. So then there's a question of, there could be issues that come up with having some entitlements approved by the planning commission, but kind of different levels being approved by different bodies. So once we figure out who's going to be the scoring body, we can do whatever cleanup we need to do to make sure it's a consistent and efficient process. But I think that's it. So yeah, when the commission gets back to this point, the key policy questions for tonight is if there's any input on the application process, and the scoring criteria you'd like to see or other operational requirements. I mean, really it's all up for discussion, so don't feel limited by those questions, but those were the kind of areas that I thought to highlight to you all. So if there's any questions, I'm happy to take them, and thank you.
Questions for staff on this item?
I had one question, which is, where did I see that? The minimum application requirements. Can you just briefly tell me what those are? I don't have a concern with the preliminary screening and scoring language. I'm just not sure what where those minimum application requirements would be.
Right, so the application requirements are set forth in section 5.5660. Under subdivision A, there's a big long list of what the application requirements and submittals would be.
Can I just ask a question about the logic of the phases? Because it seems so, just basically, if someone doesn't pass the criminal history, they can't get any further, right? Their permit would be denied. So my suggestion and kind of question is, couldn't we move that higher in the phases so that we don't have staff churning and churning, and we don't have the planning commission churning and churning? If they can't pass the criminal history, it's over. So, I mean, my idea would be that should be higher up in the process, or first, perhaps, so that, these guys don't have to sit there bothering with someone who applies and can't pass that part of it, if it's an absolute that they have no control over. The other questions they have control over. In other words, if staff reviews phase 1 and 2, and they say, well, we don't like this, we don't like that, the applicant can maybe do something about it. But if we say, you don't pass your criminal history, after all this work's been done, it just seems illogical to me.
So if I may, the thought is that it's kind of balancing. We're going to list out all the requirements or everything that you would be disqualifying, for example, things that you can't have in your criminal history. Presumably, a person would know if they have one of these disqualifying factors in their background, in their history. We want to try to limit the number of background checks that are run by the police department, to limit the amount of work. So if we, for example, I'm just putting some numbers out there to illustrate, but if we allowed, 3 locations, three businesses, and we had 14 applications, we don't really want to have the police department run criminal background checks on all 14. We'd rather have them run it on just the ones who actually were awarded the 3 slots. And so 3 as opposed to 14. And we would have to list everything that would be disqualifying. So there would be no surprises or anything hidden. A person would know, presumably, before they submitted their application, whether or not they could pass that.
All right, well, my experience with civil people going into business who have a criminal background is they may read the list of things that they can't have done, but they aren't going to tell you because they basically have a criminal mindset if they have been convicted of something. My experience is that someone who wants to partner in a business with someone else who has a criminal history does not disclose it. Even in applications for employment, I run into situations legally where they do not disclose their criminal history. I just would like to move that up. I mean, I understand the police don't want to do all that, but that's the issue I have, and just recommending.
And that's perfectly valid. I just wanted to give you our thinking on that. That's why we put it where we did.
Any other questions from the right on this?
I'm
Michelle?
beginning to object to you calling it the right and the left because we are a quasi-political body.
My right.
I don't like the red and the blue either. I like purple.
To my right. Any questions on my right?
On your right to what?
Must be getting late. Michelle? Mimi?
No.
Any questions on my left?
Well, I just kind of wanted to expand on what Commissioner Green just said about the criminal history. A lot of times there's a lot of confusion over what's on your record and what is disqualifying. And I guess I'm just wondering, the whole decriminalization of marijuana, how is that explained in the process? What kind of information is out there? How much are we obligated to educate applicants on that? Because there's a lot of confusion over that and a lot of fear also about, coming forward is whether they're going to be disqualified or not, and they may not even know. And I think that would probably use up resources unnecessarily, just because people are scared, still scared. It's going to take a long time to get rid of that stigma. So I don't know what can be done, or if anybody has considered what kind of education can be done in terms of the applicants, of educating the applicants, even if they don't have to admit under oath or with a signature that they've done something.
Yeah, just to follow up on my thing, I can get a criminal background check almost overnight for very little money. So I don't know what the police have to go through, but...
But that's not a question from my right. That's all right.
How burdensome is the background check?
So I guess the question then would be to bring that back at the next meeting, so you can provide us a workload on that, on what that takes. Norma, any other questions or on this
I do
area?
have one question. I'm not sure it's in this area, but I've been looking at the application requirements, and maybe it's covered in here somehow, but I don't see anything about experience. Their experience with this business or any other business. It does require addresses and plans and operation plans, building plans, improvements, who's responsible, who's financially, who has a financial interest, but nothing really in terms of your experience. I mean, if you apply for a job here, anywhere, people want to know, okay, what have you done that's similar to this, or what business have you run, or show them, have you ever run a business? Is that where that's covered? 11. whether or not if a subscription has had a license permit for the same or so, okay, there it is.
Yeah, that's revocation. That is something we did look at. We made a decision not to dive into the criteria, for example, for the scoring system, which experience is obviously a very useful criteria. We wanted to kind of discuss that internally and make sure that we had some robust standards to present to your commission, but experience in the business was something that we had considered, and it's a good suggestion, and we would certainly consider including that.
Any other questions on this section from either my left or my right? Nope. Okay, can we go on to the cultivation piece then?
The cultivation, chapter is found in 17.138, Article 3, and this deals with personal cannabis cultivation. We didn't change this from what was presented last time, so what you see is the ordinance as presented at January 17th. We noted that there was a majority consensus, and perhaps we should eliminate the word consensus and simply say that there was a majority that agreed on a 6-plant limit for outdoor growing. And one of the questions is whether there would be a carve-out. Well, I'll get to the questions, but as proposed, there is no carve-out for cultivation on private balconies or patios in a multi-unit residential building. Another option that was considered was whether or not there should be a medical marijuana administrative exception process. And one option would be to allow up to 6 additional plants to be cultivated at one time, i.e. a total of 12 at one time. Another exception might be to eliminate the ban on outdoor cultivation within 200 feet of any public or private preschool, elementary school, or middle school. And it should also be noted that in discussing this amongst staff, that there is the outdoor growing season, and we kind of understand, that's going to occur during the dry weather months and terminate in the fall. Once that season is over, there's no prohibition against somebody growing indoors. So in theory, somebody could actually, under the current regulations with the 6-plant at any one time limit, they could have 12 plants annually. So that's just something that we realized when we were discussing this, is it really isn't an annual limitation on 6 plants. Functionally, you could probably grow 12. But if there's commission direction on those 2 items, further discussion, we're certainly interested in hearing your feedback.
And can you address the question left over from last month concerning, under the current regulations, if we've had any exception applications?
Yes, we did do some checking, and there have been no requests for any medical exceptions. It is noted that under the existing medical growing provisions that you could grow up to 18 plants. So perhaps nobody felt the need to go beyond that, but we had not received any.
Thank you. Any questions from my right for staff on this part of the code? No? Any questions from my left on this part of the code? Okay, then I think we'll open it up for public comment on any of the items we've discussed in the staff report. So if anybody wants to come up and speak. I'm
Hi,
sorry,
Kathy Cotton, 65 Taylor. I had a question actually about the list of disqualifiers. that and when you're going to actually produce that? Because that question has come up when I'm looking at potential employees that be working in dispensaries and also people that have experience with the industry. So the question came up, in different cities, they've looked at disqualifiers based on how they're being, like whether they're storing cannabis. So the laws have changed so much, and people have like old records of possession or different things, and are those actual disqualifiers when you're looking at employees now? And will you actually produce that for potential business owners?
Some question for me. Through the chair, may I respond to that then? Okay. Yes, we will have very definite list of what's acceptable and what's not, probably more in the realm of, excuse me, what's not, what's a disqualifier, and that's something that the Planning Commission and the Town Council will come up with. But that will be known, it will be part of the package. It's not going to be something that people won't see before they start to apply, before they fill out their application material.
Okay, thank you. Oh, and then, yeah, that was basically it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Bridget Clark. Thank you. I just wanted to bring up a couple things, hopefully I have in my notes here, that I was thinking about in your discussion, which is for the buffer zones, could you or would you consider tutoring centers where our youth go and work? And the First Friends Montessori on Mono includes a kindergarten program, just so you know, so that is a school. And there are other non-related to these specific topics. One, I just wanted to mention the new DA in Marin County was asked the question, what crimes are most often prosecuted in the DA's office? And this was in the Chronicle on February 18th, this last week. DUIs is the #1 in the county. So it's something that we really need to consider, is how are we going to be dealing with the DUI issue in this county, because it's really big. My daughter, her carpool was hit by an intoxicated driver on February 11th, coming home from school. And so it's hitting home for me. And my son's baseball team, one of the players was hit by an intoxicated driver coming out of Drake High School's parking lot 2 years ago. And both times there were dads with kids in the car. So it's a really big issue, I just want you to know. It may not get the media, like, you know, the supervisor. You have to have, you know, a public position to get in the media these days. Unfortunately, I'm not trying to shame anyone. I'm just saying that the DUI issue is big, and it's just, I don't think people really know that this is a really big issue. So thank you for going about this as carefully as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Patrice Bryan, Fairfax resident, registered voter. I'm also a cannabis industry lobbyist and marketing consultant. And so I look at state law. I have no affiliation with any one company or brand, but I work with a lot of them. And a lot of these decisions that it seems like are becoming complicated in the Planning Commission in Fairfax have actually been decided by the state, and they're now referring to towns like Fairfax as banned cities. This is why we now have statewide delivery. I can have my headquarters in LA. I can deliver anywhere in the state, and so that's so that everyone can take advantage of the new adult use law. So I would really ask that we start to move forward on changing what we want to do here in Fairfax before state law supersedes what you guys are trying to do. I would also like to agree with Commissioner Green on a lot of the points that he made about criminal background checks. The state law is very clear on what you can and cannot do in order to run a cannabis business. That doesn't need to be overwrought here. It's done first, and then you're out, and it's over, and you can't join. However, in a lot of major metros in this state, because cannabis is now legal, there are things called equity programs. I've not heard that mentioned in a council meeting. I've not heard that mentioned in a planning meeting, but those are for people who have lower level cannabis offenses. So those are the people who actually have experience in this industry, but it's not in the legal industry because the legal industry hasn't been around for a while. So you have to make exceptions for people if you want experience. If that's something that you want, you create an equity program and you define what equity in Fairfax means. However, I know for a fact that there are a number of people who have been growing for years here. Perhaps we can do something innovative instead of asking for innovative businesses, because innovative businesses are they're gonna conflict with the franchise laws. They're gonna be businesses that have come in who have other locations elsewhere, and they're not gonna qualify as businesses in Fairfax because they have 7 other locations. Those are the experienced guys, those are the innovative guys. We have a lot of people here who've been growing for years. Perhaps Fairfax can become innovative in how it looks at its cultivators. Perhaps there's an equity program or a cottage program, such as in the city where they allow people to make homemade goods at home that pass mold tests, that pass bacteria tests, that pass all the tests that other people have to pass, but they're still small people, and they're still allowed to play in this game. So I would just ask that we really look at state law and adapt it to Fairfax, as opposed to what it feels like now, which is reverse engineering something that exists. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak on this?
Hi. My name's Jasmine Garrity, Fairfax resident. First of all, I'd like to thank all of you for being here because it's past 11 o'clock and I know I'm exhausted, so I appreciate you guys and having the energy to go through these meetings. And then also I appreciate everyone here in the audience because for all the reasons that we have today, we're all here in comparison to a lot of the community who's not here and not being a part of these really important conversations and decision making. So I just want to thank everybody here in this room for being a part of this and sticking out till 11:30 at night to talk about these things. A couple of the things that I wanted to mention tonight are primarily about use in Fairfax and things that I'm generally concerned about. I know that in this community, everyone here who's applying for a permit application, or at least many of them, are totally capable of running a fully functioning business. It's not about that. It's not about the fact that everyone who can run a fully functioning business is applying for the permit. They have the ability to do those things. It's about what the business is. It's about what the products are that are being put in the business. It's not about the local storefronts. It's not about all of those things. It's about what are we doing? We are the first city in Marin County looking at putting a recreational storefront in our town. Think about that. In the whole county, we will be the first. That means traffic's going to be insane. I don't know if there's been traffic studies done thus far, but hopefully that's something that's being looked into. I'm concerned about the potency levels. I keep coming back every time and I talk more and more about this, but I'm very concerned about the level of THC potency that's being put in the different devices that are going out. I've been to many middle schools and high schools teaching education around different types of vaping devices, and specifically those vaping devices, the oils in the cannabis oil vaporizers are up to 85% THC concentration, with the dabs and waxes going up to 95 to 98% THC. When we look at studying these topics and the research that's being done in Colorado, they're setting up to 15% THC potency levels. And when we know, and the results from that show that there's an impact on pregnancy rates, neurological damage that is happening in the prefrontal cortex lobe, especially among adolescents, then there's an increase in mental instability and depression rates from users. There's a couple other things that are associated with that, and I don't have enough time to go into them, but I can share you that study. But really, ultimately, I just want to thank you all for taking the time to go through the process of going through these intense issues. So thank you.
Thank you. And thank you. Any other public comments? If not, I'll close it and bring it back to the commission. So it's 11:30, and I wanted to ask the commission where we want to go to from here. Do we want to start further looking at this now, or do we want to, now that we've had the drafts, we've had comments, we've had some general questions answered, do we want to then go away with this information in these drafts and then come back, having studied it and thought about it and knowing kind of what our timeline is to get something to the council? Do we then want to come back and be prepared at a special meeting to start hitting each of these with, the questions that we've posed to staff to come back? Thoughts? On my left?
Yeah, no, I was going to recommend that we do schedule something for March 14th.
Yeah, the 14th was my date. I cannot make
Yeah.
the 28th.
We've closed the public comment period. Norma?
I would just like to comment that I am not available March 21st or March 28th or our regular April Planning Commission meeting. I could make March 14th.
And I'm also not available April 18th, so that might make a difference.
On my right?
I have a comment that I'd just like to throw this out because I think I'd like to move things forward just another notch if we could. Just page 4 and 5, where we're talking about what number of businesses we're allowing in Fairfax, and I want to just kind of clarify my point. I've said 2 all along. So what I mean by that is, because there's such a large question about this, I mean 2, whether it's medical use only, delivery only, storefront retail, cannabis delivery only, whatever it is, 2. I don't have like these 1 and 2 category breakdowns. I don't have that alternative to my thinking. 2 businesses, whatever it is. And one of them would be the existing one, yes.
So just to clarify, you're saying it could be any combination of those businesses? We're looking at 2 discrete addresses.
Right. One could be delivery, one could be retail. There could be no retail. Walk-in. There could be only delivery. Whatever it is, my idea is 2, and that's all I wanted to do. And I can available March 14th. I'm very happy to if we adjourn soon too. But I just want to get that point across because I'd like to move it along.
Feel better?
Yes, thank you.
Mimi? On the question of, do you want to go with a future date?
Yeah, I'm not available on the 28th. I am available on the 14th and the 21st. And in the interest of not being here all night long, I would like to follow up the conversation at a special meeting, probably on the 14th.
Thank you. Michelle?
So I'm available on March 14th. So you don't want us to go through these key policy decisions? Because I can answer those.
I think the sense that I have from everybody else on the commission is that we would do all that at the next meeting,
Okay, thank you.
if you're okay with that. Great. I would ask commissioners if they have, as they go through this, because I know I will, if you have any questions that come up between now and then, if you could send them to staff so that they can address those. And I would ask staff if it's appropriate, if you see questions, because maybe some of us will have same questions, or if it's feasible to, as you get questions, if you think it's appropriate to share maybe with the rest of us. I don't know if that's feasible, the question and kind of the answer. I don't know. I'm just asking.
We can put out additional information.
Thank you.
And can we add to that, not just questions, but if I come to a decision on how many and what type, or, any other decisions on any of these, could we put those out to staff?
You're not supposed to make decisions outside of a meeting, though, Norma. You're supposed to
okay.
consider, but don't make a decision until you get back here.
Okay.
Thank you, yes.
So we're going to go on to, and I appreciate your staying at this late hour. So we're going to go on to the next item on the agenda. And we're all set with the 14th.
And look at the public, what fortitude.
So the next item on the agenda is election of Planning Commission Vice Chair. So do I have any nominations?
I would like to nominate Commissioner Green for vice chair.
Do I have any seconds?
I will second that nomination.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I abstain. I'm honored. Thank you. Thank you very much. Really, thank you.
Well, that was quick. All right. No discussion items for this meeting. Minutes. Comments on minutes? Or do you want to put those off and do them at the next regular meeting?
Yes.
Give it a late night.
All right. So we're going to do that at the March 21st meeting. So planning director's report?
Given the late hour, I do not have anything to report.
Motion to adjourn?
No, we're not there yet. Any commissioner comments? And I have some.
I have a commissioner comment about the work going on at the parkade. I'm glad it's happening, but I just wanted to ask, does it include surrounding pavements? Because there's some parts of the parkade that are kind of broken up, how it sort of has a concrete wall, and sometimes when it gets to the sidewalk, it's a little iffy. Is that included, or is this just a resurfacing?
My understanding is the entirety of the parkade. I'm not aware that it's going outside that parkade area to any extent. I could find out, though.
Are
Well,
there
just
plans
take a
online
look.
or at City Hall that we could look at for the parkade improvements?
Yes, they're all up on the website. But I also have a comment about the parkade. The fencing at the crosswalk across from the Hummingbird is around the button to push to get the light to go on, and it's a very dangerous intersection. And so it's so crazy to have the fencing kind of prevent a pedestrian from pushing the button. And that needs to be addressed.
Thank you. And I know this has been the topic of serious and intense discussions at a staff level. I wasn't in those conversations, but I will pass that on, and thank you for that.
I have one other comment. The retaining wall behind the baseball field, there's been work going on there. It looks like there's a dangerous situation in the little path that goes behind. It's always narrow, but I think the retaining wall that's been put up there makes it a little bit more dangerous. So if, maybe somebody could look at that. It looks like there might be some hazards for children up there.
And I had comments, but I can't find them now, so they can wait until the next meeting, but you do owe me a resolution. So do I have a motion to adjourn?
I so move.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.